Hello, my friends. How? Yeah, my voice right now is not the best. How are you doing? How is everybody doing? I believe you're hearing me, and I believe you're hearing me just fine as usual because I'm not streaming from Linux. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to set it up properly. I just wanna set it up the right way. I don't want to do a half-assed stream from Linux. Hello, Quipsker. Hello. Yes, I do. I am using Linux more and more lately. It breaks very easily. It's very brittle. Every now and then I just have to make sure that everything is working as fine, but I have to crank up my volume quite high, but we hear you. Okay, that is very interesting. What if I do this? Is that a little better? That should be a little better, I guess. My microphone volume is up on OBS. Oh yeah, okay, there you go. Okay. My microphone volume is up on OBS, but my gain was down quite a bit. Maybe if I do this also, this should be okay. I mean, the main problem is if I start laughing or shouting in the microphone, which I never do, and then it starts clipping. But it looks like it should be okay. So I think this will be a nice sweet spot. Thank you, my friend. Hello, everybody. Hello. How are we doing? I've been away for 2 weeks. Because of having lovely visits. I had my girlfriend here, just spending some time in London with moi. Yeah, I just didn't. We were thinking, yeah, we could do like a couple stream at some point, just maybe play a game together, but we just never managed to do it. So he was here. We just went around London a little bit. Linux isn't breaking. You're just too dumb to use it correctly. Yeah, that's what I suppose a lot of people would be saying. So yeah. That's why I love it. Yeah, but incompetence, my personal incompetence in Linux aside, I am actually loving it. I think it's really great. The only instances in which it doesn't work usually is because a company was too dumb to optimize for it. So for example, I was playing Civilization 5 the other day, and what do you know, that game crashes like hell on Linux because of a segmentation fault. But the good thing is that, you know, you have access to logs and such. You can look through the logs, you can check what's going on, and you can kind of get to the bottom of the issue and just copy and paste a simple a simple startup option into Steam, and then that fixes it. So now it's not really crashing anymore. So it's again a decent experience. But yeah, there we are. So one thing is, obviously there's still a lot of light in the UK. There's with the new time and whatnot, there's still a lot of light. Right now, I feel like it's gonna get darker as we get through the night. Right now, it's just the sunset. There's my cat's box over there. She loves boxes. That one's still not gone. Yeah, but you will see a couple of cute little guys up there. I was able to secure from Fangamer. Well, first Hornet, which I already had. I've had for a while. But recently, the little knight here just got available on Fangamer again. So I was able to just buy it. That was nice, and I do not regret it one bit. So yeah, but I think I can put this one down a little bit more because the angle is weird. Yeah, okay, now it's a little better. I should also shave. I'll be honest, not the best, not my best appearance yet, but yeah. So what have we got planned for the night? We've got planned a very lovely return to Godot. We are going to start making Frogger. I was honestly starting to hate Jetpack Joyride. In general, it's a game that I've never really liked. I find it to be a little bit of mobile slop and such. So, yeah, it wasn't really exciting to work on and very mindless as a game and such. It wasn't fun to play, even though, you know, I didn't do the implementation. I never found it fun to play. So I expected it wouldn't be fun to make, but it did teach me a few things, and it did give me the chance to, not my mobile slop, whole slop. I'm sorry, my friend. It did give me the chance to learn about object pooling and do it in somewhat of a right way and such, and then debug extensively my object pool and figure out what was going wrong with it, then just kind of refactor a few things. But now the game is as complete as I want it to be. If Panda expanded it a lot in his own iteration. I don't know if we'll be able to show it tonight, but he did a very nice airplane joyride, so to speak. It's very cool, very cute. I think it is. It reminds me a little bit of like I guess it's a bit of a hybrid between Flappy Bird and airplane and Jetpack Joyride, which I think it works really well. You want it? No, I know the link. I think you sent it somewhere, but I don't. Maybe I can zip it up and send you over. Nah, it's okay. It's good. I think you did a great job with that one. I have not uploaded it. What do you mean? I saw that you put it on itch. Well, not on GitHub or whatever you're using these days. Probably Codeberg. Which by the way I started using too. Oh, I mean the source code. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought then. Yeah, but like he did much better than me with Aeroplane Air Ride. He called it. I thought it was a really cool and interesting way to call it. I'm gonna show my screen in a little bit, but yeah. So Jetpack Joyride is done. We've finished it. It's fine. Today we're going to go for game number 3, which is Frogger, and I'm very excited about it because I've always loved Frogger. I had a Frogger 2 game on PS1 that was pretty cool, pretty strange, and also pretty bugged because I could never get past a certain point without the game completely resetting. Maybe it was some sort of anti-piracy thing. Airplane Air Ride runs super smooth on smartphone, by the way. Oh, great. That's great marketing. There you go. Good game. Well, I'm sure it is. So yeah, but today we're gonna do Frogger, and my plan for Frogger is, well, we probably Frogger, the frog in Frogger, and I think it's called Frogger, moves in tiles, doesn't move smoothly. It needs to hop. In order to hop, we need to create some sort of a grid, and then we have to create the pool of objects that then have to run through and whatnot. It's going to be like, we're going to be able to apply a lot of the things that we applied for Pong and Jetpack Joyride, which is what I like about this challenge. It's like incrementally it gets you to apply the same things you did in the previous games, but in an expanded context. Great game while taking a shit. Nope. What do you mean by nope? Like, it's not called Frogger, the frog? Probably. The frog hops only back and forth, but left and right, he's slow as fuck. Is he slow as fuck? Left and right? Ah, yeah, that's true. Hops only back. Also, in the original hops only must have only tried, you know, versions where it was hopping the same way back and forth. Well, at least I remember it that way. But I had this. I will now switch to. Give me a second. I will now switch to this. Oh, no, wrong. Wait. Oh, this. Okay. This is the right one. Okay. We got it. Did I just break my transitions? No, I didn't. There we go. Okay, good. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Okay, good. Now it works. So, yeah, so we've got this little screen here. So this is Aeroplane Air Ride. We can just show it a little bit. Oh wow, you're forcing full screen right away. Just trying to. Holy crap! the volume. I should have lowered it a little bit. Okay, that's cute. Oh, nice. Okay. I like how you did that. Which is probably very loud for you guys right now because it is for me. Weep. Nice. Okay. Nice. Nice. And yeah. Ow, that hurt. Nice. Well, I think your game is your version is much more polished than mine. I will tell you that. Just much better than mine. Honestly, like mine is just very simple. Just a very simple Jetpack Joyride clone. But you did a great job there. You did what I should have done most likely. But I was just getting sick and tired of that game. Just it wasn't too exciting to work on for me. But Frogger might be different because I like Frogger as a game, and I might have a lot of fun with it too. So before we get into it, what have we missed in the past few weeks? And take the flowers. Thank you. Oh, yeah. What have we missed in the past few weeks? We've missed quite a few news. I've missed quite a few news, and then I just why is there a news piece called Red Dead Redemption 2 System Requirements 2026? Well, anyway, missed quite a few pieces of news that I didn't discuss with you guys, so let's take a few minutes to just discuss them, because you know that it is one of my favorite activities ever, which is looking through the news. There's definitely something else that was pretty big a couple of weeks ago and would be worth discussing now. If you can remember it, please let me know. Please say it in chat because I do not remember. But the things that I do remember are this: the Rockstar Games getting a very nice hack. Data breach, all the clever hidden marketing. You think it's self-inflicted? Maybe. A limited amount of non-material company information was stolen. That is the thing that I heard too, and a lot of people are saying, oh yeah, they're gonna do it to delay GTA 6 again, and whatnot. I don't think they will, honestly. I feel like it's going to. I feel like it's not going to. GTA 6 is not going to be affected by something like this. The previous leak was pretty big. And possibly something that forced them to either crunch like crazy or delay the game entirely. I've always known that the game wasn't going to come out last year, and I've always known it wasn't going to come out this March. They always delay their games at least twice. They did it with Red Dead Redemption 2, and for some reason people don't seem to remember that. So they thought very hopefully that game would come out last year and then early this year. I think the October window or November, I don't know when it is now. I think the new window, the autumn window, is a lot more plausible, and it's probably when GTA 6 will come out. But might also get delayed one more time, but I think they'll delay it one more time. I think they more than once anyway. So as far as I know, they'll work on sites. I don't think actually running with internet access. Like, why should it? Well, but don't they have like contractors? So each data breach is marketing. Okay, well, yeah, I get that. But like, I didn't see anyone do that connection. That's interesting, but zero users. Oh, this is yes, this is a good thing that we could talk about. Take-Two Gen AI. The Gen AI remains a tool to. Oh yeah, wait, no, wait, it wasn't this. Yeah, no, okay, this is the more clickbaity thing. I think I sent the link last time in Discord, so let me just pick it up again, which I think it was in the lounge. Yeah, there you go. That's it. That's it. This one. Take-Two, and obviously you're not going to be able to read it, so let's do that. This one, Take-Two lays off its AI team, including its head of AI. Take-Two Interactive has seemingly let go of an undisclosed number of employees within its AI team. Now deleted post to LinkedIn via Insider Gaming, Take-Two AI lead Luke Dicken announced that he would be departing the company less than a year and a half after joining the major publisher. It's truly disappointing that I have to share with you that my time with T2 and Take-Two and that of my team has come to an end. Yeah, disappointing is not the word that I would use. I'm sure you will find plenty of of other places to land in this AI show. But this is actually good news. There isn't much else here to know, but the fact that the Take-Two CEO Strauss says generative AI remains a tool for enabling creators to do bigger and better things, but it sounds like a shift away from past comments. Yes, because I think that in the past, Take-Two was one of the people who were shilling generative AI, people who were saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna jump aboard. We're gonna be the pioneers of generative AI in games. It's the future of gaming." And now they're kind of backtracking. And as we know, you only need one big name to do something like this. The Take-Two CEO may not be big enough because gaming, kind of a niche, even though it's a huge niche, kind of a niche, may not be big enough to also Take-Two. I mean, it doesn't have as much visibility as other people. Somebody threw a Molotov there too. Yeah, maybe. They're very, very, very flammable places. But with hundreds of pilots and implementation across our company, it sounds like what a company that is still stuck in the pilot phase would say. Hundreds of pilots, yes, but those pilots, where do they go after that? And if we were to follow, the research of big management consultancies like Accenture, or I see you did not read the recent news about OpenAI. I did not. I shall. Well, obviously Sora was shut down. I know that. Don't know about that. Oh, I read that they are opening offices in the UK. Maybe is that the one? Maybe, I don't know. But in any case, only takes one big name to backtrack and say, actually, we're kind of slowing down on this a little bit because we're spending a lot of money. This is not really coming back, and it's not really coming back. So I do have very high hopes that this will translate into less AI into our lovely industry and possibly across the entire board. And maybe, we all know here, I hope, that AI as a tool is not the devil, although it does a lot of devil, it does enable a lot of devilish stuff. It's the AI tech bros that think that it's the future of the entire industry, and then a good excuse to lay off workers, as usual, is the humans and what they do for it, what they do with it. But in itself, AI is a pretty useful tool. I use it for research. I use it for helping with coding, just not getting code snippets right away. Usually I use it like for advice or research for things. It's faster than Google these days, and sometimes more accurate, or at least more on point, more focused. So it's useful for its own thing, but it's not the future. That is the only thing that I feel like pushing back against. So with that said, this is really good news. OpenAI Molotov. Let us look that up. OpenAI boss Sam Altman's home targeted with Molotov cocktail. I really should not be laughing at this. Yeah. Was thrown at the home of OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, setting a perimeter gate alight. Officer responded to a call in North Beach neighborhood. Okay, a spokesman that also made threats at our San Francisco headquarters. Spokeswoman company confirmed Friday incident occurred. Salmon's the same person also made threats. Okay, thankfully no one was hurt. We deeply appreciate how quickly SFPD responded. Okay, whatever. Men fled the scene. By the time it was about an hour later, they showed up outside an OpenAI office and threatened to burn down the building. It was then arrested. Oh, come on. Come on, mate. You don't do that. I would not be surprised if Altman even paid that punk. Yeah, that is entirely possible. That man is hardly human at this point, and we all know that. The broader impacts of AI are still unclear. OpenAI claims the technology will cause major social and economic upheaval, driven by significant displacement of workers. And AI, blah, 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 whatever. We know all of that. But yeah, I mean, people are angry. That is one. I mean, he's so stupid that he might have paid that punk to burn down his own gate or home and then go and threaten the OpenAI offices. But that will encourage other people to do the same. And people are very angry at AI right now. very angry, especially in the US where they want to try and keep building data centers in communities that are seeing their water being reduced and whatnot. It's a complete shit show at the moment. I don't know for how long they're gonna be able to keep the lights up at this point because of, well, apart from OpenAI bleeding money at this point, but the problem is also that like people are sick of AI being shoved down our throat, and some people use it in a certain way, some people just don't want it altogether. Why Ullman can be in the victim role? Yeah, that's true. It doesn't really care. But yeah, I mean, there's that, and then I don't know. I think I've seen some investors starting to pull back, or seen news of investors starting to pull back. Meta lost millions, like I think 39 million or something like that in value, in market value, after releasing the latest earnings, I think, or at least they did last month, and that was because investors are a little bit concerned that Meta is overspending his AI and it's not seeing many returns, although Meta is seeing some returns in ads, in the advertising business. But yeah, well, anyway, it is what it is. We'll see how it goes. I think I've been thinking and saying that 2026 is the year the AI bubble starts to burst. Maybe it will be the AI bubble, the year the AI bubble bursts together. But I think we're starting to see some cracks in the bubble, and just need a little bit of a pinprick, and then it will just need one or two big names saying, oh, you know what, this is not doing anything for us, we're giving up, and others will be like, you know what, us neither. And so maybe hopefully, because investors go where the money is, they will go elsewhere. I don't know what their next big thing is going to be, but there's going to be a next big thing. I said it before, I think it's going to be quantum computing, but don't quote me on that. This is sad though. This thing that I saw here is sad though. It's very sad. Papers, Please creator Lucas Pope no longer feels comfortable talking about work in progress games because the situation just feels different. I don't know if he's just misled or misguided in this statement, because he's saying that basically he doesn't want to talk about work in progress games because someone AI is going to slurp it, or people are going to copy the idea or something else like that. But I mean, the point is that people who copy ideas, usually they don't have the execution part of it. Like, they can do something similar, but people don't really want AI slop right now. So he's Lucas Pope. He's the person who did Papers, Please and something else, which I don't remember. He did Papers, Please, Return of the Obra Dinn, of course. I knew that. And he did Return of the Obra Dinn. He's got the execution. He's got the hands of an angel. This person. Yes, the creator of something else. It is indeed. He did indeed create something else. So you can probably say the Return of the Obra Dinn is something else. But this person has the hands of an angel. This guy has the execution of a master in the gaming industry. So people can copy his ideas all they want, but they're not going to have his brilliant execution, his brilliant mechanics, his brilliant way to balance things in a game that just makes it so brilliant and addicting to play, and just so interesting because it just dares to push the boundaries of the medium. But I get what he's saying, because a lot of his games are about ideas, and as soon as he starts talking about them and sharing, then people are going to probably try to copy. I mean, the game creates games that can be copied by AI at all, but I understand him. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Like, I think he creates games that AI would never be able to replicate. But I understand his concern. So he said, the situation just feels different. You don't really talk about stuff when you're working on it. It's getting slurped up by AI, or people are going to copy it, or something else like that. Played a lot of Papers, Please clones, so I can understand why you'd be worried. Yeah, okay, but were the Papers, Please clones as big, successful, or good as Papers, Please? I don't think they impacted his revenue that much. Probably people who played Papers, Please clones had already played Papers, Please and wanted something more of the same. Or maybe, it's people who wouldn't have played Papers, Please in the first place. I think, like, the clones are not as successful. Some were pretty good. Okay. But, like, I think not as successful is the key there. Like, he can always be the one doing the thing better and first. And so I understand why he's worried about AI, but I think, I mean, I would never clone a game. I'm not even sure you can call playthrough Papers, Please. I only got to day 6 or so. Oh, right. I would never clone another game unless it's for learning purposes. Like, I'm cloning Frogger starting today, but I would never just clone a game to earn some cheap profit off of it. I want it to have meaning. I want to create something that there's multiple endings again. I want it to have meaning. I want it to have something like something that people play and then remember and they take away and there's a message or something like that. I haven't played. I've made all of the Jam games that I made were made with like a little bit of my heart in them. I put a little bit of myself in them, and I was very, 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 very proud of them. But I would never clone a game just for the sake of it. So it's not like I'm excusing people who are gonna clone games. What I'm saying though is, I don't think that clones are usually that good or that groundbreaking, or they make a huge impact on the trendsetter. So let people clone all they want, let people play around all they want, make a living all they want. You were the first one and you had the most success. The problem is, when you start talking about it, people copy the ideas before it's even ready, and they do it with AI. Then at that point, I don't know what's going to happen. But since now Steam requires you to disclose when you use AI, and you may get a refund if you can ask for a refund if the developers have been misleading. As far as I know that Crimson Desert was. Oh yeah, there must be something around Crimson Desert that we didn't talk about. But anyway. Then I feel like a lot of people are pushing back against AI slop, and on Reddit they do it a lot. Like whenever someone posts on Godot's subreddit or the game dev subreddit and they say they used AI for assets, for code, everybody already said, you know what, this was a nice story, but I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not gonna bother because you used AI. I'm sorry, you should try to actually work hard. They're gonna be racist. Holy shit, the Chinese are so fast when it comes to cloning. No gonna be racist, but I don't see the racism in there though. I mean, it's just that they have. Well, okay, I get what you mean. Right, never mind. I'm not gonna go further with my sentence. So you don't really talk about stuff when you're working on it. It's getting slurped up and whatnot. But anyway, that was the Lucas Pope story. This was a very nice thing that I saw today, that the devs behind Peak and Content Warning made a publisher to support their games and other indie developers. They basically did the name of the Among Us Inner Sloth, the Inner Sloth move. They made the Inner Sloth move. Inner Sloth it's Inner Sloth, right? Yeah, Inner Sloth. They created their little indie label. That's cute. It's called Evil Landfall because paperwork is evil. I think that is genius. Landfall has been making games for over 10 years now. Recent ventures include the co-op climbing sim Peak and the multiplayer horror game Content Warning. Outer Sloth is the publishing thing. Yeah. But now Landfall is preparing for its next step, publishing games. This is good. Like, this is a new indie label. They see the opportunity in helping indie games and such. I think oh god, publishing manager John Buckley reported getting over 1,500 LinkedIn requests within just 24 hours of the announcement. But there's clearly a need for this kind of indie intervention. I think there is. I think this has a point, and there is a need for this kind of indie intervention. And who better than people who have been successful at indie to actually advise other indies to be successful. Content Warning for free, but never played it. You got Content Warning. Okay, we should play it. I don't have it, but I've always wanted to play it. I think it would be so fun to play. Now, Quipscore, now you're going to be our third. So if you get Content Warning, we're going to have a nice little party multiplayer, not necessarily stream, but we can play it all together. It'd be a nice little thing. Anyway, that's it. So when it comes to Crimson Desert, lol, yes, I will wait. I hope you're about to say lol, I would be delighted. I'm being dragged against my will into this. Wrong answer. I'm in. Okay. No, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think I have Content Warning. I've never played it. Content Warning. Yeah, no, it's on my wish list. $6.39. Is it on discount right now? No, it's just. Oh, Has it always been 639? Didn't know. Thought it was around 15. Well, that's peanuts. I could buy it tonight. I will not, but I could buy it tonight. Anyway. Crimson Desert. What do we think of Crimson Desert while I get everything else ready? Yes. One thing I forgot to do, obviously, is go... Is it on my GitHub desktop, or did I use Git Kraken for? You mean AI Desert? Okay, yeah. Let me see. This was a test repository. I think I can clone it from... Yeah, I can. No, wait. I shouldn't do it here on Windows. Shouldn't do it here on Windows because I've got... let me see if GitHub Desktop has it. 20 Games Challenge. Fetch. You know, there's nothing there because I moved the repository to Codeberg. Okay. So, what's the best way I could do this? I think I have to replace the repository entirely. Apparently, they have some rendering technique that caught Tech Art World by storm. I've seen a video on it. I heard maybe about it. Codeberg.org. Ah, there we go. Okay. So, we've got repositories here. I've got the 20 Games Challenge here. I don't know what kind of issues you had on getting this to work on Codeberg, Panda, because honestly, on Linux, worked like a charm. I just connected it like oh, no. Just, well, that's not what I was looking for. Get Kraken. Just worked like a charm on Windows, on Linux. I just connected it really, really, really easily, and it just worked. Oh yeah, I know already why. Okay, something similar retaining displacement mapping. Okay, interesting. I should look into it. Should be fun. You never guess what my problem is. What? That you were trying to do it via terminal? That would be my guess. New clone repo. There we go. And where to clone to? Yeah, I have to put it in here inside my Godot. Learning 20 Games Challenge. I think I should just clone it here. So the URL is this. I don't remember what the 20 games challenge CB. It's for Codeberg. I don't remember what shallow clone means, but let's do that. Cloning. I'm stupid as fuck. Okay, well I wouldn't say that you are, my friend, but if you feel like you are. I suppose you will tell me. Okay, so we got this pawn complete. All right, yeah, this has all of the history from GitHub. Perfect, we got it. So now what we can do is remove these from here. Remove from project list. Remove from project list. What we want to do is actually Git is still magic to me. Black magic fuckery Git. I mean, you saw how quickly I managed to make it work, right? So I grabbed the URL from Codeberg and just put it in here and poof, done. Repo is in my computer. Now it works. Obviously, if you try to use the terminal, it's going to be a little different. And I still I still forget how to use. I tried for 3 hours. How the hell did you do that? How the hell did you fail for 3 hours? That is my next question. But yeah, using Git via terminal, sometimes I still forget commands and whatnot. I know there's Git, Git pull, okay, but then you've got Git add dot to add everything, then Git commit M and you leave the message, and then you push. You try turning Git off. well, but don't you worry, my friend, because GitHub does that all on its own. Look at this. Look how beautiful this is. 93 incidents in the last 90 days. You know what that means? They've had more than an incident per day, either major or partial. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Like on average, they've had over the last 3 months, GitHub wasn't working every day. That's oh yeah, my friend was complaining about that recently. No, that's ridiculous. Like on the 9th of April, that was just 4 days ago. Major outage, disruption with GitHub notification service, some services, some other services. I swear I never had a GitHub outage affect me, so I was confused. Yeah, maybe it depends on certain, like you see third-party Claude and Codex agent sessions not being listed in the agent tab dashboard. Like they're having a lot of issues with actions workflows, a lot of issues with Copilot, as it should be, code search and whatnot. Like they're having systems go offline here and there, which is, I think, is still absolutely ridiculous. But personally, personally same. Like I've never had so many issues. So look at Copilot. Look at the Copilot graph. Look at that. Look at the others. Pull requests. That is bad. But look at the Copilot one. 96% uptime. It's the worst out of them all. Are we even surprised? Nope. The fun thing is that they're really trying to push Copilot down everybody's throat. So let me repeat my question. Have you done 2FA Cobra yet? Because that was the main reason I never authenticated my Git. No, I didn't. I didn't do... No, wait. I don't remember. I'll have to double check. Obviously, we'll not go into settings now, but I'll have to double check. Maybe I did because I'm always very, very cautious about that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I actually did. I don't know if I actually did. So that was basically barring everything for you. That is very sad. Issues, actions, and whatnot. But anyway, so I've cloned the repository. Now what I can do is actually I want to import. Actually, I want to scan learning 20 games challenge CB. Okay. There we go. Okay, we got Pong, Jetpack Joyride, and Frogger. Okay, beautiful. To set up SSH connection to Cobra. Holy shit. Okay, no, I get why that would be a pain in the butt. The cracker was not able to connect through SSH, so I had to use the native Linux console. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, I get why it was a nightmare now. Oh shit with security. Yeah. Oh, good god, okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense then now. Okay, now as you can see, the light is starting to disappear. Yeah, we're getting towards the gray. So now things will start being a little bit more better lit again. Anyway, so what are we gonna do today? We're gonna do Frogger. So what I did in my very little spare time ahead of the stream, I prepared a little bit. I did not do massive amounts. I just did. Here you can see I've got a little bit of the. Why is it so laggy? Okay, thank you. Why is it so laggy? The answer is Windows. I never had this issue on Linux the few times I've opened Godot there. But anyway, so I've already got a main scene. It's got nothing in it. I've got entities. I've got the hero, which is obviously the frog. If you go over here. Oh, wait. This is a dead frog. That's not the frog that I wanted. Idle. There you go. That's the froggy. That's the beautiful froggy. Isn't that cute? Isn't that the cutest? Look at that. Look at this beautiful bad boy. The beautiful, cute little thing. So, then... So yeah, we've got the froggy here. We got the collision and whatnot. Good boy. Yes, good boy. And I've imported the assets, like all of them. I've got the car, all of that. And again, I should actually. That is a good point. It's something that I would really want to do. itch.io. No, itch.io. I would love an ergonomic keyboard so I don't have to look for this stuff anymore. For keys anymore. So, someone who followed me is this good guy, Kyle Fuji, who created the Frogger pack. No Alice texture, though. No, I know. That's going to be a pain. But. Oh, he made it with Godot 4.6. Look at that. This is nice, man. So Kyle Fuji. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna have this one and be like asset pack Kyle Fuji. Kyle Fuji. Okay. So at least the man gets some credit for what we're doing here. Yeah, no Atlas texture as far as I can see. It's just everything just completely split. I think, is there a background and such? I don't know. No, I can only see like trucks, tractors, trucks, sound on and off icons, snakes and whatnot. So yeah, that is pretty much it. We got the cars and whatnot. So the idea is, oh no, there's ground. There you go. Well, that's fairly easy though. I can just create a tile set and just put it there. It's not like I've got to do much. The LS would be handy because I can just click on the enemy and just put it around. But you know, I could also just automate it to an extent. I think I'm gonna have to create scenes for each one of these anyway. Like a car and give it like potential different textures, randomize it depending on, I don't know, a value. If I'm not mistaken. Okay, we will find out. There's turtles as well here. You can see. Oh, these are the timed platforms too. Okay, that's gonna be fun to implement. But yeah, so we got this here, and that's pretty much it. I've got some audio as well, which I imported from. Oh no, wait, this is actually from the same asset pack. You select all the PNGs and go and create an atlas about. Oh, can you? Oh, maybe from here. Import as texture atlas. Is that possible? Could it be? Could it be that we found it in 2 seconds? 4 files. Yeah, it says it's 4 files. I'm gonna do a test. Could be. Test. Gonna do a little test, okay? I'm gonna copy these and just paste them in here. Cause, you know, can paste root. No, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to. Yeah, move duplicate to assets, visuals, test. Copy. There we go. So we don't lose anything if we. Oh. Didn't do all of them. We did a couple of them. Move duplicate 4 items. Yeah, it is supposed to be 4 items. Ah, yeah, okay. No, it was just, it was still creating them. Okay, that's fine. All right. Can I refresh this? Let me close and reopen. Scene was in save and close. Okay. We reopen. Frogger. Ah, there you go. Test. So if I now do, okay, I've got 4 selected, 5. If I do texture atlas, atlas file, that means re-import. Let's see. The imported resource is currently loaded. At least it will be replaced and do history will be cleared. Okay. No, that did not work. Just changed every single asset into an atlas. So yeah, that did not work. I'm glad that I used that I duplicated them because it doesn't look like I could revert that. Well, I could just re-import again, but okay. Well, there must be a way, but we will find out as life requires us to. Right. So. Yeah. Indeed. I'll look it up. Okay. It's not like I need it for this one, but it's good to know. So yeah. Right, so what do we want to do? First of all, close GitHub desktop. Kraken can stay there if it wants to. And then we go into here. So, Frogger. Frogger has the ominous distinction of being the arcade games with the most ways to die. Frogger was released in Japan in 1981. The designer Akira Hashimoto came up with the idea for the game after he saw a frog trying to cross the road while Hashimoto was stopped at a red light. Instead of distinguishing itself as a technical masterpiece, the game stood out for its non-violent gameplay and unique premise. Non-violent? Okay. So is the moral of the story touch grass? Because it was out and it was at a red light and saw the frog try to cross the road. Maybe it is. So the goal is make and animate a frog. Easy. The frog can move up, down, left, or right. Okay, instead of moving smoothly, the frog should hop each time a button is pressed. Each button press will move the frog 1 tile. So, there are several ways in which we could do this. We could always move the frog by a specific amount, or we could make it snap to a grid. I have no idea how to make it snap to a grid, though. That would be a little difficult. I have to create the grid. But if I create the grid that is like, say, if I get the size of the frog, I think it's 32 by 32. Let me see. So the size of the frog, visuals, and frog, cute. Oh, 16 by 16. Okay. So if I do a tile that is like 16 by 16, that means I can simply divide the, I think I can divide the width and height by 16, and I will have a grid of 16 by 16 tiles. Doesn't matter how many. Send it to you in Discord. Okay. It's E. Let's see. Where's that? Oh, there we go. Godot.exe. What is that?
Godot. Godot. Godot.
What is this video? Best game ever.
Wait a minute.
This game ever. Okay. Import texture atlas. Oh, for fuck's sake, it went too fast. But that's pretty much what I did. Uh-huh. You just clicked the thing to create a file. Premium Godot video, by the way. Yeah, no, totally. This feels like I unlocked Godot Premium. Or YouTube Premium. This is what YouTube Premium should feel like. Let's see. Nice. Okay.
This is cute.
Oh, you know what? I'm hooked now. What's this guy gonna do? Oh, that's nice. How did he snap them so easily?
Nice.
Oh, he's got grid snapping, pixel snapping, I suppose.
I'll do it myself.
Okay. Fix shitty movement delta. Subscribe, please.
Use static variables.
That is amazing.
Particle system. A great system for adding particles to your...
Yeah. This is amazing. I love it. The memes are strong with this one. Okay, what now? Oh my god, the memes are top tier here.
Unreal.
No kidding though.
No way.
Unreal. I don't believe.
Are they trying to tell us, you know, come over to Unreal
Like,
Engine,
this
look how
is
great your games
unreal,
should
right?
look on
This
there?
is literally.
No way.
Oh shit.
Graphics test. Oh no, what is he gonna do? What environment? Ah, yeah, okay. Ah, yeah, okay, so he's realized that 3D is better. Holy shit.
Why are you the way that you are?
That's some Kingdom Hearts 4 stuff. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, it shows you that you can do whatever the hell you want in Godot. Gets a little slower, though. Yeah.
No! Anyway.
Oh, that's nice. Look at that. Look at how clean this shit is. Got a fully working character controller. Everything.
The point has been made. You've seen all you need to see. Move on.
Top tier video, top tier video. Loved it, loved it. Thanks for sending it. It was really, really, really. Dude made a gaming montage for a game engine. You sold me the engine right there. Wait, what was? Ah, yeah, I would have did that. Channel also is Unity, Unreal, and Blender. Yeah, we don't talk about those things apart from Blender. Apart from Blender. Yeah, by the way, I would like to try I know that it was painful for you, and that kind of discouraged me a little bit. It was painful for you to get into 3D. I would like to try a little bit of it. Just the low poly version, though. Like, the very low poly, very simple sculpting and whatnot. I hear there's some very nice tutorials out there of just perfect. So, I might just do a little bit of that, just because, you know, I wouldn't mind trying. I wouldn't mind trying, and maybe I can do a very small little game all by myself for once. And maybe the music I will just ask my composer friend, or I could even try and make it myself, to be honest. But I'm not a good enough a musician. So yeah, back to Texture Atlas. Yeah, back to Texture Atlas. I can try to make it. It sounds like it was possible. Let me see, because I don't have to re-import. I have to just do Texture Atlas, Atlas file. Ah, there you go. Okay. I don't know. Assets, visuals, PNGs, Atlas. And where's the Atlas? Where's the Atlas? Let's see. Where did I put it? Oh, I put it in here, didn't I? I don't think I made anything. I will be completely honest. I'm gonna do it in a separate folder, okay? Let's see what happens if we do it like that. So that's Texture Atlas, file, assets, visuals, Atlas. Call it atlas.png. Save. Ah, okay. Re-import. Let's see. Put a resource is currently loaded. This is. Ah, okay. I see. So now. No. No, it didn't do that. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to re-import them as 2D textures. And we will work it out another day. What about that? Oh no, I broke it. No, I didn't. Okay, that's fine. The fuck is happening? Yeah, no, it's not exactly working. I don't know why. But I think I'm gonna have to re-import everything now. Project.reload. Oops, a little bit too late for that. Leo Bello. Hello. Maybe. Oh yeah, maybe. Project reload current project. Well, now everything is gonna be broken, but close. Atlas. Ah. Well, look at that. It worked. Salve. Ah, ciao. Well, look at that. It worked. The only problem is that these assets are not, like, completely aligned, is it? Well, it worked. So, for some reason, it's not updating automatically. But now I just have to go back to the Frogger thing. Ciao Leo, dimmi, come la va? Prima volta che ti vedo qui, tra l'altro. Frogger itch assets, Frogger. Oh yeah, Frogger by Kyle. There we go. I have to download this again. Sorry, Kyle. I would love to support you, but I'm poor. Found a Godot bug, it seems. Yeah. It could be. Could be that this version has it, because let's see. So we do. Non ho dato quando hai detto Leo e sono tornato. Ah, ciao Leo, ciao. Come la va? Benvenuto. Non penso. Oh, by the way, Panda, there it's on Twitch. I've got an Italian friend on Twitch. Hello. A new friend, because non penso tu sia mai entrato in stream, penso. Bene, lei, tutto bene. La ringrazio. Stiamo facendo un po' di Frogger qui, stiamo cercando di... Oh wait, no, this is the actual source code for Frogger. No. I want the asset pack. Frogger. Oh, it's cool that he left the asset pack in. Ah, there you go, Frogger asset pack. There we go. That's exactly what I wanted. Salve, Panda says over on YouTube. Okay, so here's the asset pack. Ah, perfect. Okay, we can just download that. Frogger visual assets. I'm gonna have to re-import everything. But it's cool to know. You're like very, very, very useful to know. Also, this kind person is clearly one of us, Panda, because look at that. Krita source files. He did everything in Krita, which I haven't tried yet. But yeah, Panda says that's where my Italian basically ends at salve. But yeah, Kyle here is one of us for sure. He's doing things in Krita using Godot. I can sense a bit of an open source vibe there, and I'm very much happy about that. So I have to re-import everything here inside the PNGs. FOSS is king. Yes, free open source software is the shit. Here we go. Okay, perfect. So we got everything back now. Right, now, without being sidetracked any longer, let's go back into the scene and the atlas. I'm gonna just delete. So we go in here, right? Correct? Yes, we got Frogger. We were analyzing Frogger. We were thinking about what we were going to do. Sorry for killing your assets, though. No, it's all right. It's all right. It is what happens. So, make and animate a frog. The frog can move up. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay. Make the play area. The area is divided into lanes, rows. There's a safe lane, 5 lanes of road, another safe lane, and 5 lanes of water. Finally, there are 5 lily pads on the top of the screen. I could do this programmatically. Couldn't give a shit to do it programmatically. We've got the tiles. We're just gonna build it in main. Make and animate the game obstacles. All obstacles and platforms will cross the screen horizontally. Obstacles will alternate direction for each lane. Oh, yeah, okay, that's fine. I could put emitters at the sides. I think. Say make at least 3 levels. No, to hell with that. I'm gonna do 1 level. That's a vertical slice. That's all I need. Otherwise, we're never gonna get out of this challenge. Level 1 with 3 lanes of roads and river. Level 2 with 4 lanes. I mean, that should be easy enough to do, isn't it? Once I've got the main test level done, that should be easy enough to do. Just iterate over those and I just rebuild it. Yeah, easy. Yeah, should be. So I just have to augment lanes and such. That should be all right. Make an animate the game obstacle. Okay, perform platform cross the screen horizontally. That is so easy. Like I just have to move them at a certain speed constantly. Like from right to left, they go off the screen. Boom. We just pull them and then put them back in. Now I know how to do that. The road is cars. Each lane is a unique pattern of cars, and speeds vary between lanes. Okay, I have to play Frogger to actually get what he means here. The river is alternating lanes of logs and turtles. Yeah, I remember that. There's a log, there's a turtle, log, turtle, log, turtle. Some turtles can dive underwater periodically. Okay, great. Some logs are actually crocodiles, which can eat the player if the player lands in their open mouth. Now, here's the thing I'm thinking about. The player doesn't die when he's on the road, but the player dies if the frog lands in water while an obstacle is moving, or it just lands in water. So how do I make that layer? Oh, that's interesting. That would be a cool little thing. I'm sure the answer is super simple and I've done it before. How do I make that layer where you register a collision, but if you're inside a collider, you don't? Can I mask the collision with another collision? Is it just a matter of layers so the collision doesn't get recorded? That's gonna be an interesting one. I can wait. I cannot wait. Some logs are actually crocodiles, which can eat the player if the player lands in their open mouth. Okay. Oh yeah, I struggled with that in wet planks back then too. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm going to struggle with it, but it's an interesting thing to think about. It's an interesting problem to solve. We'll get to that. Never figured this out fully correctly. I'm sure I can look it up if I wanted to, but don't want to think about it too much now. The player should die if they leave the screen. They're hit by a car. They fall in the water. Frogs can drown, apparently. They're eaten by a wild animal. Oh, by the way, you're not reading this. They're eaten by a wild animal. If the player reaches a lily pad on the top of the screen, the lily pad will be full. When all 5 lily pads are full, the level is complete. Oh, really? You had to go 5 times across the road? Add a UI with a life counter and a score counter. Easy. Create an animation use a particle effect to make the frog's death extra juicy. Okay, why not? Stretch goal. Make multiple levels. Higher difficulty levels feature more faster cars and less platforms. Also more logs, crocodiles, and the center safe zone now features a snake that can eat the player. I used a 1 pixel ray and checked for the ground tile type, like with a bitmap. Oh, I will have to use bitmaps. I have never played around with bitmaps, so I will have to as soon as I get to... What? Worms? Probably worms. Okay. Right, so I think we've got a clear list of stuff to do. It's very straightforward, and this is gonna be very fun. Like, and to me, the fun is progress in this challenge. Like, if I'm able to do several things in one session, to me, it's fun. And I'm having fun, I'm learning, and I'm doing a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of like that nice release of dopamine release while I get to it, and then I actually get the reward. I love it. So Alexa, turn on the studio light. Okay, we've got a little bit of blue now in the background, which you cannot see, but I can, so I do not give a shit. By the way, I think this new, yeah, no, it's fine, it works. Right, so usual thing, we have to go into our Notion. That is, yeah, you didn't see anything there, but there were some of my YouTube ideas for the future. It's a long list. Oh, by the way, I didn't tell you guys, specifically you two, what my next idea for the long-form YouTube video is going to be. Should I spoil it now? Nah, I will tell you in chat, like privately in our little chat. It's gonna be really cool. So, and no, it's not Legacy of Kain, Panda. Unfortunately, it's not. I want to play that series before I make a video for it. So it's probably gonna come before the end of the year because it's an interesting video to do, but gonna take me a while to do that one. It's definitely on my list. It was a very nice suggestion, and another friend of mine said that it's pretty good, that it's a good idea, and that he would watch that video. So I think that's 2 people. That's enough for me. So what am I doing? I'm gonna go in Frogger. Frogger, here we go. Okay, so we got Frogger here. No, not what I wanted to do. It's Frogger. Okay, so we need a little bit of a to-do list. As usual, a to-do. I changed the switches on my keyboard. They are amazing, but I'm having trouble finding the actual keys. I think I have to recenter. Okay, so in terms of to-do, all we have to do is hero, frog, character, animation, thingy, whatever. Then we've got to do the play area. No, actually, tile-based movement. And honestly, the tile movement is, we could do it a couple of ways. Like, we could just, I think it's all maths, isn't it? Like, we can just simply have the frog hop 16 pixels ahead. That's it. That's done, essentially. And it will be centered in the middle of a tile, I suppose, if it is all divided equally, which is ideally how it's supposed to be. But all 16 by 16 it should be. So we just need to, this is pixel art, so we need like a resolution that allows for that. Something that is divided, can be divided by 16. 160 could be a square area. No, it doesn't make sense to have a square area because we need to, well, so long as it is divided, it can be divided by 16 up above and below, then, and also horizontally we should be fine. And then we just move the frog 16 steps at a time. One of the coolest things I saw in Minecraft was a forking Frogger gamer with redstone. You should consider that instead. I will not. I will not do that because I know nothing about redstone. I've tried for the longest time to understand how that thing works, and I'm sure it is easy now that I know a little bit of programming. But I will not. But thank you for the suggestion. I will. I will note it down. So play area. Car lanes 4. It says. Safe lane. So safe lane. 5 lanes of road. Safe lane. 5 lanes of water. Okay. Safe lane. Road lanes, 5. Safe lane. Water lanes, 5. Or is it 4? 5. And then lily pads. How do you write lily pads? Oh, lily pads. No. Lily pads with 1 L. 5. Is that how you write lily pads? Why am I having this at the... lily pads. Oh, yeah, it is. Proceeds to not note it down. I can look it up. I can say that. Make and animate the game obstacles. Okay, then obstacle spawning system, obstacle pooling system. Then death condition, win condition, death conditions, win condition. When all 5 lily pads are full, the level is complete. Okay. Then UI, lives counter, score counter. I don't know what the score is calculated by. And particle effects on death. Okay. And then stretch goal, multiple levels. Level 2, level 3. Okay, we'll put it that way. So, we now got our little to-do list. I think the first thing we have to do is actually the grid-based movement. So, to make the grid-based movement, we just have to do the play area grid-based level system. Or whatever, grid-based level area. So, now that we've got that, what we can do is actually try and play this. Oh my god, it's very low res. Okay. Well, see, I mean, if this is a perfect Frogger clone... Oh, I died. Let me remove the... Okay, so if this is the perfect Frogger clone, right? Then Frogger is moving exactly the same way in all 4 directions. Okay. Okay. Did I die? Oh, why did I die there? I don't see the lily pads. I think it didn't do the lily pads. Okay, I can see that they're all at different speeds. Ah, there you go. Yeah, that's cute. Okay, it doesn't have a lily pad. It has the frog at the top. Okay. Nice. Oh, damn it. Okay. Oh, I love Frogger. See, I'm already having fun with this. It's just a little bit more engaging, you know. It's maybe Jackpot Joyride is also quite skill based, because it is. I mean, you have to survive quite a bit, but like I just like Frogger a lot better. Yeah, I looked it up. The Atari version. Yeah, the frog walks all 4 directions the same speed. Yeah, what version were you thinking about in that case? Was it like maybe a modern version or something like that? Oh, fucking hell. Oh no, I die with the last life. So, okay. Great. So, what I think we can do is just screenshot this and have it as like our reference scene, which is what we have to build. Now, from what I can see, it's not a perfect square, but it's got tile movement anyway. Or is it a perfect square? No, it's not a square. It's a rectangle. It's got tile movement anyway. And I can see a little bit of an offset at the top. Maybe that is because he had to divide the screen by 16. At the top, you can see over here. Like, I think you can. I hope you can. Okay, captured. You can see over here. Like, the little... I thought moving left and right were slower, but just ended wrong in my memory. Go for the 320 by 240. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll go for that. So, we have to set up the project. And to begin with, we got, like, window here. 320 by 240. Yeah, okay. That seems right. Mode window, that's fine. Center, and we want mode... canvas items, I think that was the right way. I always forget if it's canvas items or viewport. Aspect keep, scale 1, scale mode, fractional, okay. Mode, oh, viewport mode, okay. Viewport mode. And aspect, I think keep is fine. Yeah, because we want to keep the aspect ratio. So that's all right. Right, so we got that. Then when it comes to all of this, we're fine. And then warnings, all of that. That's okay. Physics, run on separate thread. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Okay. Cool. Oh, you can run the 3D 3D physics on a separate thread? Huh. You can do multi-threading like this? I did not know that. Maybe generalizing all of the 3D physics to a separate thread is a tad risky, but you don't need gravity. That is true. That is very, very true. I do not. It's a top-down. Oh, why am I in 2D? In 3D. There we go. GD script, all of that. I've got all of the warns and ignores and whatnot. Whatever. Unassigned variable, no, but I do want the types. I saw this, and well, that was a good... let me see. Untyped declaration. There you go. Oh, that's an error. Just enforce best practice. I'd rather, or maybe a warn. Who cares? We'll do an error. Shader language. Okay, we're not gonna do any shaders. Vision calling, rendering 2D. I did this already, I believe. It's in textures. Yeah, default texture filter nearest. That's for the pixel art. Should be alright. I don't think we need to do anything else here. And that's it for now, I think. Which one? To make it harder than it already is. Okay, whatever. I'll do that. You are wise, my friend. You are wise. But I mean, it's yeah, it's not those things. The variable declarations are relatively easy to me now. I don't see that as being majorly disrupting, but it could be annoying if I need to do like some quick testing. So you do have a point. So I feel like we need to set up our singletons and whatnot. I don't think we need an audio manager, although it's best practice to have one. Yeah, I don't feel we need an audio manager. We can do with an audio stream 2D here. Let's focus on the play area first. So this has to be tile based. So we need a tile map layer. And then a play area. That's going to be the play area. So now what we have to do is really we have to... So that's the atlas was created. That's fine. We can import the atlas, I guess. Oh yeah, I need to do the tile map first. No, a tile set. Tile. I don't remember. Tile map. It should be tile map layer. Ah, yeah, no, sorry. I need to create the tile set here. If you don't make a main menu, you won't even need singleton scripts, I think. Yeah, I thought so. But I like to do main menus. It's good practice. I mean, they're always kind of the same, but it's good practice. We have a nice, big, cute frog there, and then it's writing Frogger on the top. Very, very cute. I like the animation that Kyle did here. Look at this. Quit. Ah, yeah. I like the animation that he did. Look. The little froggy just jumping a Frogger and then going down. I don't know how he did that, but it's very cute. Like, that is the loading screen. Very, very cute. Adorable. Oh yeah, by the way, I forgot. I now have a screenshot of this that I can drag in here. It'll be my little reference. I'm gonna call it reference map. Right? Put it there. Oh, look at that. So cute. Beautiful reference map. I'm gonna have to do it this way. Well, that already doesn't fit. It's slightly larger. I don't know if this is the right... Like, the aspect ratio seems... Yeah, the aspect ratio isn't right. We can try anyway. But I have a feeling this is gonna come back to bite me. So yeah, but in any case, modulate to have it very much faint like that, so we can work on the rest there. We got play area, tile set. We can drag the atlas in here. Where are the atlas visuals? Atlas, there we go. Oh wait, tile set. Aha, yes. Tile sources. Modify. Yeah. Now the problem, as you can see, is that these assets are not the same size whatsoever, or at least the atlas has not been split the right way whatsoever. So I feel like I need to change. Texture region is nice, but I need to make, I don't know, 32. No, that wouldn't work. 16. I don't know if I'm making life harder for myself or not. But there's obviously an offset here I'm not considering. Now separation is stupid. Margins is also stupid. Texture region. Ah, no, okay. I can change the texture region, I suppose. Do it like that. It's 24 by 24, really? Is that what we're trying? Ah, yeah, well, that makes sense. This doesn't quite work for some obscure reason. But these do. Well, not quite. They don't fit perfectly. I think it has to do with maybe different sizes of assets and whatnot. Let's try to fit them all in as best it can. Maybe I can leave out some elements like the UI and such, and then things will fall into place. Some of them are, I think they're bigger. I need to create like maybe it's an atlas for the crocodile and snakes and whatnot. So, yeah. But for now, what I need is just to make these. So I will delete this atlas. Oh, fuck. Damn it. I will delete this atlas. Do not need it. Why is my mouse lagging? Okay, thank you. Really can't wait to start streaming from Linux. It's the streams. Okay. Still lagging. Okay, great. Thank you. Go the road and everything and such. Okay. Looked at the OG Frogger resolution. 2224 by 256. Ah, yeah. See, that I knew that was slightly off. Let's see. General window. Thank you for doing that, my friend. 224 by 256. Oh no, wait, actually it's probably the other way around. 256 by 24. What was that? Yeah, this is still not quite right. And my main concern is the aspect ratio. If this aspect ratio doesn't match, then the tiles are not going to match. And so the map is going to be a mess. It was really higher than white back then. Yeah. Maybe if I 224 by 256. Yeah, now it's higher than wide, obviously. Maybe because of the arcade machines, you know, the arcade screens and such. But the problem remains, like, the aspect ratio doesn't quite match. So here's what we're gonna do. 595 by 361 is not, that's not gonna help at all. Well, you know what? We got we downloaded the whatever, the source code. So we can have a snoop around. Scripts, scenes, project.godot. Okay. Is it gonna open in Godot? No. Notepad, because I think it has the resolution in here. Yeah, there we go. 384 by 232. Got it. Very, very weird and precise resolution. 384 by 232. All right. 384, 232. 384, 232. What did I do? No. Yes. And now, all of a sudden, the aspect ratio matches. There we go. We made it. We did it. Isn't that great? What the hell is going on here? Okay. Not exact matching, but also we didn't really capture the entire window, so that's fine. This is acceptable enough, I would say. Beautiful. Weirdest resolution I've ever seen, but okay, yeah. There must be a reason why he did it that way. I think the dividing by 16 was the entire thing, because he needed to be able to move the frog by 16. So I am willing to bet that these two numbers are dividable by 16. And I don't know how to check that very quickly, so we're going to go on Google. So 384 by 16. 24, yeah. So you can have 24 tiles on one side. And then 232. Lo and behold, I think it's not going to be perfect. 232 by 16, 14.5. And indeed, you got 14.5. Here's the offset that I noticed in the window. So, checks out. That's exactly how this kind person set up his thing. It divided the entire grid by 16. Divided the entire grid by 16. So created a grid of 16 by 16 tiles so that he could move stuff accordingly within the Godot. So, okay, now that we cracked the code of that, the next great thing is we have to create a atlas. And we have to create an atlas just with the assets that are square. They are 16 by 16. Not the crocodile. And log middle. Yeah, log should be okay. Should also randomize the length of the logs. I don't know how. I'll find out. Menu icon, I think it was pretty big. Sound off, sound on. Okay. The snake, I think the snake is fine. No, the snake is 32 by 16. So, okay, we need to be very careful there. 16 by 16. Oh, this is 16 by 16. This is probably 24 by 24. Yeah, that's what messed it up. The UI icons are 24 by 24. Then all of the other assets are 16 by 16. So now if I do that and then do import, and we import as a texture atlas, we create an atlas file. Atlas, we call it 16 by 16 atlas. Lots of setup in these projects at the beginning, but they will pay off. Okay. Now, do we have to re-import? Pending changes haven't been applied yet. And I have to. Wait, cancel. There was a way to keep. No, there isn't a way. Someone says about Frogger. The first game in the series was 1981 arcade game Frogger, developed by Konami. Sega Gremlin decided to test Frogger for 60 days. They paid Konami $3,500 each day for test. All right, okay. That's a lot of money. You want to pay me for testing, Frogger? Assets existing, they may stop loading properly after changing type. I think we want to duplicate this to another thing. So assets, visuals atlas, create folder. I'm gonna call it atlas resources. It's gonna copy them in there, right? Yeah. Atlas resources. And then same thing now with all of the crocodile and the... Well, maybe we won't care about the crocodile for now. There now exists over 30 titles in this expansive, ever-changing series. And we're about to make the 31st. Think about that. Can I sort by... No, I can sort by resolution, can I? That's a shame. So, that is... Then we kind of want the... Oh, wait. 16 by 16. Then very easily what we do is then we move everything in there. So let's do a project reload. I don't know why it does that. I think I found another bug. Look at that. Atlas resources. Okay, we got him. I think I found another bug though, because it doesn't show them in the file system after copying from one location to another. That is very interesting. Maybe I have to click out and back in. It is very likely. Maybe it's Windows, you know, it could even be Windows. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna just turtle on off. Truck is also pretty big, so I made a mistake there. Snakes, letters, menu icon, the log is 16, frog 16 by 16, fly 16 by 16, and frog is 16 by 16, crocodiles are big. Okay. Okay, now we can move duplicate 2. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. I'm trying to keep things very organized. 16 by 16, 2. Move. Yeah, there we go. This way we are good. And we can delete this folder and rename this one to be the real 16 by 16. This way we at least have a filter here. Frogger was taken to a single bar in San Diego named Spanky's Saloon, where it was playtested ironically by mostly a male audience. It was initially claimed to be a women and kids game for one. That doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, these companies make a lot of assumptions. You know what? Like back in the 90s, well, no, sorry, back in the 90s and 80s, some advertising agencies made very wild assumptions about their audiences. Like, I don't know if you've seen, you probably did. Don't know if you remember then all of those advertising ads for that area that were incredibly sexist, just showing the housewife and the men and the boys, and they were very, very aggressively targeting boys with video games. Nintendo was doing some wild shit back then. It was very interesting. 32, 24. Yeah, we can do that. Move in here, 24 by 24. And we move them. And then here we have the snake. It's 32 by 16, and this is 48 by 16. And then this is 32 by 16. Okay, so we have a chance to do a nice, weird 32 by 16 resolution. Oh, damn it. Okay, we'll move everything in there. That's that one there. Okay. And then the crocodile can just be 48 by 16. It's just a croco. So move duplicate 2. We go in Atlas resources. 48 by 16. Crocodile is huge. 48 by 16, and we just move in there. There we go. We got all of the things. And now we can actually go in here and just maybe open in File Manager. And what I would like to do is actually copy these because I'm going to use them for the atlas, and then re-importing them is going to fuck them up very bad. And just copy them in here. Okay. They're tiny, they're minuscule, but in case I need the sprites at any point, I still have them there, and then I'll do some cleanup. Billy Mitchell held a competition in 1999 which they offered 10,000 to be the first person to score 1 million points in a classic game. I can find the original game size from back then, but I guess the screenshot is bigger than the original game. Yeah, it is going to be bigger than the original game. The screenshot is like 500 pixels. That's already over that. Okay, so we're gonna do a atlas of 16 by 16. It's gonna be the greatest atlas I've ever seen. I can do a very nice Trump impression. I can get better at it, but atlas, and we'll do no, actually we don't need to do that. Atlas 16 by 16 atlas. Save, re-import. Then we have to do the same thing but with these. And that's gonna be it's gonna have to be a re-import of texture atlas, and we'll do atlas file, and we do assets, visuals, atlas, UI atlas. This is just UI elements. Nobody does atlas better than me. Got the best atlas in the world. I've known all of them. Yeah, let's see these atlases now. Yeah, and again, the atlas doesn't show unless maybe I do this, click out, then click back in, importing assets, and it shows. Okay, so that's very, very, very interesting. So now if we go into the tile map again, and we go into the play area, yes, and we go into the tile set, I'm gonna import a 16 by 16 atlas. Yes, okay. I mean, I don't know why you would. Yeah, because maybe. Oh no, what's that? Oh no, what's that? I put some stuff that wasn't supposed to be there. I think. Is this guy? This guy over here? Maybe. Was it the crocodile mouth? Potentially. There's a turtle. I don't know. I have no idea. No, it's the otter. The otter is 16 by 16. Okay, so it's just doing a weird offset based on the number of assets. But they're all 16 by 16 technically, right? If I do a little offset of 32 by 32, is anyone gonna be mad? Yeah, actually, yes. None of them is centered. What about 8 by 8? Nope. Okay, I think I might give up on the idea of using Why is Scotland Yard knocking on your door, son? I think I might give up on the idea of using an atlas because clearly this is not aligning properly and it's not working. So unless I do it manually, which I have absolutely no intention to, I am not going to use an atlas. And I'm very glad that I kept my PNGs because I'm gonna have to use them manually. So yeah. It is what it is, I suppose. Gonna give up on the atlas idea for now. Maybe I'm missing something, but for the time being, I'm gonna give up on that. So flower ground. I need kind of like, where's the road ground? I think the road is just. Let me make sure I get this correctly. I think the road is just. It's just black. I think there might be like a black. It's pitch black, so I think there might be just a black background, maybe a color rect of some sort. So that should be pretty easy to do. Let's do like color rect. Put it in the background, pitch black. Put it there. Snap to the full resolution. Actually, if you don't mind, my boy. Do you mind? Thank you. Color rect, yeah. Color rectum. And it goes all the way in the back. Perfect. Okay, so we got the play area, colorectum, whatever. Roads. Road background. The road layer. Put it that way. Okay, so. Right, having done that, now we have to actually do the play area. For that, I think I'm going to use... Yeah, to be fair, I only need to import like a couple of tiles in here. So I'll do that. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just have the single tiles as they are. And then, I think, do I need the water as well? No, the water is probably another colorect. Because I don't see water here. So... I have to do a double colorectum. Do a road layer. It's gonna end right there. Right there. Then I'm gonna duplicate this and call it a water rectum. Water layer. Oh no. Gonna grab the water layer. Oh, damn it. Grab the water layer and move it up there. Then probably resize it too, because yeah. And then this one gonna have to be nice blue color. I don't know exactly what blue Frogger is using, but I know that it's probably something like this, because no, it's much more desaturated. This is a bit more, this is a bit too bright. Obviously I know that I can do this. Just pick the color. That is a 33460. Very, very, very dark blue. We go into the water layer and just apply it. There we go. Got the water layer now. Okay. Got the water layer, got the road layer. What we have to do is simply in the play area, now we just have to paint the flower ground. No, wait. Oh no, the grid offset. Oh, damn it. Give me a moment. Yes, I don't remember how to... Is anyone going to be offended at that? Nope. Good. Very good. Very good stuff. Okay, so we got the flower ground. Where's the... Okay, so there's the flower ground one. We just create that. Let's create that. And then we just need the ruining area, which is this. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Winning area, which is this. I'm seeing an offset here. I'm not a fan. Not a fan of this offset. There's an offset in the winning area, because this is not perfectly divided, is it? Yeah. I suppose then... okay. Let me see. I've got a feeling. No. Okay, wait. I have a weird feeling. I see. Oh, god damn it! Stop. I think there's a bit of an offset here. Maybe there isn't, to be fair. Okay, well, I'll just keep the area wide for now. I could hack it together, but I really do not want to. Okay, so we got the play area divided in cells and tiles and whatnot, so I don't think we need a reference map anymore. There you go, look at that, look how pretty it is. Now, the only problem is that here we don't really have... Like, we should close this off and make it, like, as big as the frog. That's a problem for later. For now, we've got the play area. And you know what? We could also do, like, a little bit of a... The score probably needs a UI manager of some sort. I get that feeling. We do need a game manager, Done. Ship it. No. We do need a game manager. I will tell you that much. We need a game manager because we're going to have to keep track of the lives. I'm going to have to keep track of the score. The time is fine. Time is just a timer and probably, yeah, probably clipped to integers. But I'm going to have to keep track of the score and the lives somehow. That's going to take a while. Like, that's going to need a singleton there. Unless we use a static variable. No, I don't think we can use a static variable here. It doesn't make a lot of sense. We can keep a track of it. Unless we spawn a new player every time, but like and reset the timer. I'm not really sure how that's gonna work. Oh, yeah, the score is being kept through all levels. Okay, one singleton. Yeah, one singleton. That's alright. Or JSON. No, I'm not doing any file manipulation for at least another 2 games. I got traumatized by that shit. But although I'm pretty sure that with JSON it could be a little easier to do it. I know that working with JSON files is easier than is with plain file, which is what I was trying to do. I needed the trauma though, because now I know. Now I have a piece of code that reminds me how traumatizing it is to work with files. Anyway. We got the play area. We created the safe lane, the road lanes, safe lane, the water lanes, and lily pads. Which are not lily pads really, but we created the play area. Now what we have to do is, so I mean we could do this in a number of ways. The thing is we could do this in a number of ways. The thing is, we could simply move the frog 16 steps at a time with an offset, obviously, to account for its origin point, for its, yeah. We could move the frog, but I still have no idea how to do the water. Yeah, I'll get to that. We could move the frog 16 steps at a time, or we could try and create a grid. The problem is, I've never tried to make a grid-based system in Godot, so I don't quite know, or at least I don't have a lot of experience in it, so I'm gonna have to look it up if we do a grid-based system, but that is how I would do it. Because then grid snapping and moving the frog through the grid and whatnot, that is what is gonna make it feel decent. So the question isn't how we make the frog move, it's how we make the frog move according to a grid. But first, I want to test. First well, first of all, inputs. I did not do those last time. So, up, right, down, left. We go in CSS order here in this household. And then we want, no, we don't want pause. Well, we do want pause. Quit. That's it. Like Frogger is that. You just move around and avoid stuff. It's all the inputs that you have to give it. So this is gonna have to be a W, or up. So I want both. It's gonna be a right or D. I want both. There's gonna be a S or down, as I want both. Can you do like more than one input at a time, or do you really have to do it manually? Oh well, that's fine. A and a left arrow. Then for pause, I want backspace, old school, I know, and then quit is just escape. Okay, so we've got these actions now. Great. Now, what we're gonna have to do is just create a new script here for main. And that's main.gd, but I kind of want it into scripts or not. What is the best project architecture that I can do here? Do I do a scripts folder? No. I want to do it in game. Main. They're close together. Perfect. Good. So that's one bit. And it's done. We've got the little main script. And I believe the hero already has... Nice, I still remember that. The quick access. So I believe the hero already has... a script. Yeah, he does. Good. Speed, jump velocity. We do not need any of that. Because we don't need the speed for... or the jump. For our good friend the frog. No gravity, no jump, no jump velocity needed, no speed needed. Just and obviously class name player. Then velocity, speed no. If direction, input get access. I think this one gives us a direction if I remember right. Like generally it does. You don't even need the character node, technically, but I'm gonna use it anyway because I like the character node. Basically, just a node 2D should be enough. Yeah, it's true. It's true. 2 actions, 1 negative and 1 positive. Oh, I can do right, left. Okay. Oh yeah, that's how I get direction. Yeah, get access, input, but specifying 2 actions, 1 negative and 1 positive. I could do like horizontal direction and vertical direction. Get access. Yeah, I know. But, because I need to go up, down, left, and right. But this one has 2 actions, 1 negative and 1 positive. One is going to be right, one's going to be. So, left is negative, right is positive. So I'm going to have to do left and right, and this is gonna be dir x, right? I'm learning. Then this is gonna have to be dir y, get access. Negative is up, and down is positive. Velocity dot if direction if dir x, which means direction is positive. Velocity dot no. Global position dot x plus equals 16. Else global position dot x minus equals 16. And then same thing below if dir y. And I should probably do it like this for best practice. See, I feel like Vim in these contexts, and now that I know that it exists, it would be really, really cool to use. And I'm pretty sure Godot has like a Vim... as a Vim plugin. That's what I was trying to say. Global position.y minus equals 16. Left, right, up, down. It's one vector 2D then. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, but I don't really care, do I? Because it's just about the position and whatnot. The physics process, alright, but I don't see. I don't even need the physics process, honestly. Is this physics? I'm not doing physics calculations. I'm just well, yeah, okay, changing the global position, I guess. So, yeah. Well, anyway. Yeah, I know that as a good practice, I should do that. Put direction, handle movement, and the movement. There we go. What direction? Get access left, right, up, down. Do you think that's gonna work? Because there it says. I don't know if that's gonna work. There it says it needs to be. It takes 2 actions. Oh wait, it was over here. Yeah. Get access by specifying 2 actions, 1 negative and 1 positive. Unless you're saying I should have like I should pass positive, I should pass vector 2Ds in it, but I think this is gonna work anyway. It works, okay. Well then, Yeah, but then how do I differentiate where, if it's X or Y, where it's going? I remember doing this once, but I do not remember right now. How would I do that? Because then I would have just a direction vector. Anyway, okay, anyway. Right, so we're back here. We can now put the hero. It's getting late for me. Oh, no. Well, my friend, thank you as usual for being a lovely... Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, wait. Smart snapping, configure snap. Aha. Grid step 16 by 16. Here we go. Oh no, we need an offset for the grid. We need an offset for the grid. Gonna get to bed that now. Yeah, you go, my friend. Thank you so much for your help, as usual. Really lovely having you on stream every time. Okay, we've got the grid now is correct, it seems. Though our good friend can move in that direction, I wonder if the grid is offset by a little bit. Which would be very, very interesting indeed. But nonetheless, here we go. Okay. I don't know why it's getting there. Okay, yeah, right. Much love as always. Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen. Thanks, my friend. I hope it was a nice stream and you enjoyed it and it kind of got your mind off certain things, so to speak. Yeah. I don't expect I will have Frogger done by the next time, which is probably going to be, I'll be honest, next week. I think I will not stream this Wednesday. I have so much to work on for the podcast that I kind of have to pull back on the streams a little bit for a while. Gonna still do one a week at least, but probably gonna stay at one a week. So I don't know if next week it will be finished by the time I finish the stream in 2 hours. Probably won't be finished because I still have a lot of behavior to code. But Frogger seems a little bit less complex than Jetpack Joyride in terms of like the stuff that I have to do. Just have to work out a few kinks here and there, but yeah. Anyway, next week we'll continue it. Maybe finish it, who knows? Might be 3 streams and such. Or I might continue it also offline, you know, a little bit if I get very excited about it, which I probably will. So yeah. Anyway, much love and have a lovely night. I will keep going here. So we got the hero. Main is select current. Okay. It's oh god. What's happening to my viewports? Here we go. Where did it go? Why did it go there? Right. If tier X input get access left, right, up, down. Okay, first bug found already. Imagine things working right away. Okay. And there Y 0 else 0 elif there Y. Imagine things working right away, I swear. Okay, we got the hero there. Fine. Holy crap, that's a lot. Oh, because okay, so because it's trying to move it like not once. Okay. Yeah, that's why I need the grid-based system. Kind of need to move it like Kyle is doing here. What a gamer loves to see. Look at them just playing around with that. Yeah. So it clearly snaps, you know, clearly snaps to the next position in the grid. So I have to create a grid-based system. So how do I do that? Let's, oh, HIO is on YouTube. Cool. I'm gonna subscribe for sure. Since when? Okay, not since now. First time I get the prompt though. Okay, Godot creating grid-based movement. Kids can code. Alright, so problem. You need 2 character moves in a grid pattern. Grid or tile-based movement means the character's position is restricted. It can only stand on a particular tile, never between 2 tiles. Grid nodes will use for the player. Area 2D, player. Using Area 2D means we can detect overlap for picking up objects or colliding with enemies. Sprite 2D, use the sprite sheet here, set up the animation. Okay, we've done that. Collision shape, raycast for checking movement is possible in the given direction. Animation player for playing the character's walk animation. Okay. So input actions to the input map was up, down, left, and right for this example. Okay. Right. Yeah, the vector 2 right, left, up, down. Okay. Oh, I remember that. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So, basic movement. So by setting up the tile by tile movement without any animation interpolation. That's exactly what I want. I don't want anything else, I'll be honest, right now. Our tile size is 64. Tile size should be set to match the size of your tiles. So 16 in this case. Other part of this can be set by your main scene when instancing the player. Okay, using 64 by 64 tiles in the example below, the inputs dictionary maps the input action names to direction vectors. Make sure you have the names spelled the same here in the input map. Position equals position.snapped. Vector.1 times tile size. Okay. Allows us to round the position to the nearest tile increment and adding half tile amount. Make sure the player is centered on the tile. Alright. Function on handle input. For direction in input keys. If event is action pressed direction. Okay. Move direction. Oh. That is very smart. I love that. Very, very clean system. Very clean system. Collision. Now we can add some obstacles. Yeah, I don't care about that one for now. The static body 2Ds are fine. Then the player has the raycast, so that it doesn't move. Changing a raycast target position property. When we calculate. Oh, yeah, because you're doing like if not ray is colliding. Okay, so move, ray, target position, inputs. So you're basically checking with the raycast if another common method is to use 4 separate raycasts, 1 for each direction. Okay, yeah. Animating movement. I have a feeling my good friend here has used this tutorial. Because I can see the same tween movement. Okay. Okay. You know what? I really want to learn how to use raycasts too. So I think this is a very clever system. I don't know why use raycast and not just let the player collide, but maybe it's so that you don't have to collide exactly and you don't get an offset in the grid, because otherwise it would be a mess. So you get the raycast to collide in whatever direction you want to go, which means you can also use it to check the water later. Maybe raycast could be a very good idea here. Okay. Right, so, well, first of all, I like this very, very clean idea, which is var tile size. No, actually. Oh yeah, var tile, I think I want some, I'm starting to need the singletons now. So I'm gonna have to create new singletons. Gonna create a new script and call it the game manager first. I'm gonna create a new script and call that one the game constants. And then with that, I'm going to have to go into project settings, globals, auto load, and just add these two guys. Open that, add, and then game manager, open, add. The game manager can just go here. Okay, great. Beautiful stuff. So now in the game constants, what I can do, I don't need anything ready here. Extends node, I don't care. I want const to be tile size equals 16. And this has to be int equals 16. Okay, then what we have to do is actually, I really like that idea. So var direction, var inputs. And we open that, we do a dictionary, we do left. What does that do? Okay. Right. Vector to dot right. Then we do left. No, we do CSS direct CSS order here. So do up, right, vector 2 dot right, down, vector 2 dot down, and finally left, vector 2 dot left. There we got that. Okay, so then what it actually wanted to do is, I don't even need move and slide. So yeah, it's true. I do not need a hero, like a character node 2D. And this is going to be unhandled input with event. Void. Then here we're going to have void, and then here we're going to have if event is input event key. Is not input event key. Event input event key. And return. We do a nice little early return here. Early return. Else we keep going, and what we do is that move basically. So so what it's doing here is for there in inputs dot keys, which is a new thing, and it's great that I'm learning it because I'm learning to access a dictionary this way. If event dot is action pressed there, then what we want to do is move there, which is the function that we have. So we're gonna create now func move. It's gonna be void this one too because it doesn't return anything. And what we do is position plus equals inputs dot inputs there times game constants dot tile size. Yeah, func move. Yeah, I have to pass in the direction here. Okay, great, that makes sense. So accesses dictionary to calculate direction. Then this function is the one that actually does the movement. So moves character snapping to grid. Okay. We got the early return, we can do that. Handles movement. Okay, and then we also have here func ready. What's this? Okay, func ready. Gonna be a nice void. What does it do here? Position equals position.snapped. Yeah, vector 2.1, and I have no idea what that means. One vector. Oh, with all components set to 1. Okay. Let's do 1. Times tile size. Times game constants dot tile size. Okay. What does it do? Round the position to nearest tile increment. Rounds position to nearest tile increment and positions the player at start. Something like that anyway. So what is this? var inputs. I need to know the warnings. Delta is never used. Okay, physics is intended. Alright, that's okay. Output, what does it do? I've been opening. Yeah, that's okay. Clean that. Warnings. Ah, yeah, untyped declarator. Variable inputs is no static type. Okay. So this has to be, yeah, basically the vector2. That's fine. And same here. Parameter dir as no static type. Okay, for dir has to be a vector, right? Yeah. Vector2. In if event action pressed. Oh no, wait, it's a string, isn't it? Okay, it's a string. Move by direction, and the direction is inputs string to access the vector, then moves it to tile size. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, great. Then what does it do here? It does the position plus equals vector 1. Oh yeah, this is the just, yeah. Position plus equals vector 2.1 times game constants dot tile size divided by 2. Is that correct? Yep. Okay. This should move it in a grid already if I did everything correctly. Holy mother of God, I just have to every time do that. It does. We got the tile-based movement. We got the grid tile-based movement. Look at that. That is beautiful. I love it. Amazing. Okay. So project settings, we kind of want to this window. I really want the resolution to be much bigger. So scale, display server, display window, application resolution. I think this is where I set it. No. Configuration. No. Run. No. Boot splash. No. General window display server. Where do I set the? I don't remember. Where do I set the resolution? Godot set window size. Using Windows.size to change. It's supposed to change the viewport width and height through code. Window width override. Oh yeah, the override. The override. Window width override. Okay. It was over here, right? Ah, yeah. 1920, 1080. Well, I don't know actually. I don't know if that's gonna be like the correct aspect ratio. What aspect ratio is that? I think it's yeah. Well, it works. Okay. We got Frogger. Look at that. So beautiful. Love it. Yeah, love Frogger. Look. There we go. It's working. Amazing. Great. Okay. So. Now, the main problem that I'm seeing is that it doesn't. I think it should be in handled input. Maybe? Is that what it does? No. Oh, it doesn't exist handled input, does it? So let's do input. Right now I have to do it like manually for each. I don't have like, if I hold the key, a continuous thing. But maybe as part of this tutorial here. So where we got it? Okay. Snapped and all that. And so we've got it. An input event occurs. We check the four directions to see which one matched, then pass it to move to change the position. Okay. Woof. All right. So now, target position, inputs, direction, tile size. Where's raycast update? If not ray is colliding, all of that. Okay. Interpolate the position, given a smooth feel to the moves. The tween node to animate a position property, which I already kind of knew. Animation speed 3, moving false. If moving, return for during input. Add reference to tween mode and a variable to set our movement speed. Ignoring input while the tween is running and remove the direct position change so that the tween can handle it. Very, very, very good. That's how I would have done it. Okay. So, that's the inputs. Then we got var dictionary of inputs to handle movement. We got the var, and now here what we want to do is if event is not added, or oh my god, or is moving, which I don't have yet. So var is moving boolean, we'll say false. Oh, it's not boolean, it's bool. Was getting confused with TypeScript there. I'm doing the DSA course in TypeScript. Func handle input void. Okay, we've got all of that. I think I want this one to be like that. There we go. Good. Move. Okay, so when it comes to the movement and this moving, if is, oh damn it, if, yeah, then you do like moving true, await tween finish, and then moving false. Yeah, that is what I thought. So we don't have obstacles. Well, we do. I've been away for a while, but I'm back. Hello, welcome back, my good friend Quivscore. Was it for the doggo? Did you bring the doggo to walk? Look at this. Following a little tutorial on grid-based movement, I caved, and now we've got grid-based movement. Look at that. It's grid-based movement. So about to finish uploading my project to Codebug Pog, so I can procrastinate harder on it. Oh yeah, link it, if you want. Look at this. We've got our lovely frog moving in a grid-like pattern by 16 tiles at a time. 16 pixels at a time. Boop, 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 boop. I mean, it doesn't work right now. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. We will look at it later. By the way, I think I should probably... where is the terminal? How do I access the terminal here? What is the shortcut? Keyboard shortcuts. Terminal. Open in default terminal. Okay, Alt-T. There's no external terminal. Oh, no. Wait. No. Keyboard shortcuts. Terminal. Toggle terminal panel. Ah, right. Okay. Classic. This one. Right. So, git add current directory, which is this. No, wait. Git add. Yeah. No, wait. CD to the Frogger. Find Frogger. Oh, god damn it. CD. CD. Frogger. Nope, did not work. What do you mean it doesn't exist? Frogger is it doesn't exist. Oh? Is that gonna? No, that's not gonna work. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to open this. Local, main. Okay, no. This is my first time playing around with Gitkraken. Bear with me while I try to make it work. Yeah, I know there's 274 changes. Okay, I'm just gonna do git add all. Okay, git commit. I think it's M. Here. Play area, and grid-based movement. Okay, we've done that. And then git push. Authorize git credential. Yeah, I did that. Authorize application. Okay, successful. Can now close this page. I think I've pushed successfully. Yes, I did. Yay! Okay, git. Thank you, git. I can at best post a video of the last working version. Okay. You can. Feel free to send it on Discord. We can watch it together. Oh, I forgot one thing. No. Panda sent me a game key. I think he got it with the Humble Bundle. And he wanted me to redeem it on stream because it was like, it's a ridiculous game. You're not going to believe it when you redeem it. And I forgot to do it. Now he's going to bed. Next week. Gonna do it next week. So I was following this nice little grid-based movement tutorial. It's very cool and it works really well. And now I know how to set up a grid-based movement in any game. It's very easy, actually. Just have to set a dictionary of directions using vector 2, and especially if it's for directional movement, which is usually what it is in grid-based movement. And then snap the position, etc., and just to simply move by tile. Like, there's no way you can get out unless you do something really stupid. There's no, technically, there is no way to get out. There's also no obstacles, so I don't know if I need to set up a raycast on the player, but I might just do it. Raycast 2D. Okay. And I'm gonna do this. Ready, raycast 2D, and we got it. So what does it do with the raycast? Because it's what it does is ray.target position equals, okay, so the target position of the raycast becomes where the character is pointing. So where it's moving essentially. And then ray.force raycast update. Raycast update. Force raycast. Oh yeah, because it updates, and then if the ray is not colliding, then you're allowed to move. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So if I were to do this, say, so if, so wait, first I have to move the ray. So the ray.target position equals basically where the player is pointing. So inputs there, the tile size. It's this same thing. Then ray.force raycast update. I don't know what I need to do that. Let's go to information array immediately. Oh, okay. So this way I don't have to wait for the next physics process call. It does that immediately. That is good to know. And then if not ray dot, what is it? Ray dot is colliding. Then you're allowed to move. That's great. Okay, so we've got raycast-based collision detection now. That works. And uses raycast to detect obstacles and collisions. Denies movement if detected. Okay, right? Yeah, we got that. And then there's the animation, and I think the animation I can kind of work, or I can kind of work out by myself. So here's what I'm gonna do: var tween equals create tween. I dropped a video on Discord. Okay, let's watch it now, like a nice little break. Where are you? in the Coder's Corner? Okay. We're gonna do that. Let's watch this Discord video. So. Oh! So, until now, I didn't know what you were doing with your project. Like, I had no idea what the project was about. So, this is cool. So, you're doing a little... Are you doing a 4X game? Or are you doing... Looks like a 4X game. Oh, no. Maybe... no, maybe it's more like a RTS. Let's see. World map, captives, army, and history. I don't see like resource management and such. Correct? Battle. You've got some... It's working, isn't it? You've got it. Now, obviously, the assets are going to have to. And the UI, I assume it's all placeholders. But it's not in a bad state. Like, you've got deployment, battle, and such. Like, you clearly put some thought into it. This is essentially 4X, but it was coming from an incremental side of things. It was going to be more laid back and going in the background. Going in the background? Or like the... Like an idle game? No, it's not, it's not what you mean. Oh, that's cool. Nice pathfinding there. It navigates through grids, doesn't it? Like an incremental game. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Pathfinding is bored, yeah. Look at that. It's pretty cool. Pretty neat pathfinding there. I assume it runs through the center of the cells. Is it programmed to find the shortest path, or does it just find the most efficient path? Like the most straightforward path? It's A star, A plus. Units training. Oh yeah, I see what you're doing. Okay. And then you deploy them and you send them. Okay. You know, this is good. This has got very nice potential. I can see why you would procrastinate on this. There's probably a lot of systems that you have to kind of work out. I think I fucked up the heuristic measuring on hexes. Right. Okay. Battle. Close. I mean, you've got some really nice systems in there. It's the basics of the making training units and such. Now it's just, I get why you want to procrastinate. There's a lot of content that you need to do on a game like this. Like a lot of units that you have to think about. You have to do a lot of design and such. It's, yeah. Okay. I see. Really cool though. That kind of breaks everything. Really what I'm doing is moving the resources from being global to being tracked per city deployment, and that kind of breaks everything. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get why it would be a pain, for sure. Yep. Tween property. And we do self. Is that self? Is that it calls self? But actually, I see a lot of potential in there. So I hope that you keep going, because like I love those games. And if you really make it very nicely refined and whatnot, it's gonna be a nice one, especially with incremental and such. That kind of stuff. It's really strong right now. Could be a mobile game, I guess. I don't know if we were planning it for it to be a mobile game. It could be a mobile game, I suppose. Already self, yeah, position. Okay, self, position. So the final variable has to be inputs dir times game constants dot tile size. Is that correct? On a position plus inputs that dir tile size. Okay. Position plus. So the current position plus that. And then the animation speed needs to be, I don't know, about like 0 or something, 1, something like that. So at that point, oh yeah, we set moving to be true. So is moving, set is moving to be true. And then we await tween dot finished. and then we set is moving to be false. So the whole movement is actually happening inside the tween, which is how you want it to be. I wouldn't mind making a mobile version. I try to make a different UI layout for it, probably. Yeah, probably. But yeah, that would be cool. I think on mobile it might actually work quite well. I think on computer it can also work, honestly. If it's something you keep in the background and whatnot, you know, like all those idle games that stay at the bottom of your screen. Of course, this would need more of a full screen focus, but I can keep it in the background and then check on it every now and then. It's not something that I personally do. It's not the kind of game that I install on my computer. But I can see why people would find it nice. Like maybe while they're doing work or something, and they just keep it there in the background, and it helps them in a way just procrastinate a little bit more. Right, so let's see, because now we should have the tweened. Holy shit, that is very slow. Not what we want. We want something a little bit more snappy. So 0.5. Actually, anim speed. And we're gonna do var anim speed, which is gonna be a float, and it's gonna be start at 0.5. I'm going to export this. Okay, I'm gonna export this variable. Put it at the top because I like to have exported variables at the top. The friend will see how the running background part will turn out in practice. Maybe it wouldn't be much so. Okay. Yeah, no, makes sense, makes sense. Right, so if we go back to the hero, now we got the animation speed, we can now control it, and we can now go in there. Perfect. Let's see how it is. Still too slow, still too slow. I think for a game of Frogger, this is definitely too slow. Let's try to do 0.25. Okay, great. The thing, it doesn't have an input buffer, so it doesn't... Yeah, it doesn't have an input buffer. I should do an input buffer on this, even though I've never done one before. Okay, I feel like 0.2 is a little better now, but I do need the input buffer, like, definitely. Otherwise it's not working. For me, RimWorld is a game that runs in the background. I'm sure not everyone will have the same experience. Well, if I play it, usually I play it with a lot of focus because I do a lot of things on it. You've seen me play it on stream. It's not the kind of game that I keep in the background. But yeah. So how do I handle inputs? How do I do an input buffer? This is gonna be useful in a lot of ways. Godot, how to do an input buffer. Input buffering questions. Well, keeping the input entered for 1 or 2 frames long to let, for example, the character jump, even if that... No, wait. To use copy the file used for preferred? No. Input buffering. Make fighting game input buffer. If I could make it more flexible. Input... events, input handling. What do you want the buffer for? Maybe I've got a wrong idea of a buffer, but technically. So, you can see what I'm doing, but like, if I press twice very quick, it only moves once. If I cannot make an overlap while it's still moving, it only moves once. Because it awaits for the tween to be finished before you can move again. But I would like to store the input so that when the tween is finished, it moves again. Or at least somewhat record it. So that like it follows the chain, you know? Otherwise, it's the frog is not responsive. And it's a little bit annoying. Also, if I hold the button down, it doesn't keep going, but I think that is a problem with the unhandled input function. If I did this in the process function, it would be different, most likely. You can make a variable to store the input and clear it after some time and read the variable for movement rather than straight up input. Ah, okay. Okay, I see. So you're saying I store the variable. I store the input inside another variable, so this key inside another variable, and then I read from there. So I do, instead of reading inside of the inputs keys, I read inside the variable. Yeah, okay, I see. All right. So for there in string input keys, if event is action pressed, move. Okay, this is what I want to do. I want to move for every input I get there. So if event is action pressed, then what I can do is var input buffer, I'll call it. And I'll do like an array of strings, something like that. So where you so here you'd replace move with assigning the variable and do move somewhere else, I guess, and update or something. Yeah. Okay. So if event is action pressed there, then input buffer dot append, right? And we append the direction to that. So we put the buffer at the end. And then we pop from the front. Do a little queue system here. Then func process delta. Okay, I think what I can do is but now I don't have the no. Okay, but that's fine though. That's okay. So I don't know if you want more than one last button, Emo. Okay, so you say if input if input buffer dot size is smaller than 2, say, then we append, otherwise we don't. So we keep adding until we have maybe. So it checks how many inputs we have in there basically before doing that. Okay, well let's see if that works. But we're getting somewhere. I like this. I like this little experimentation. First time I try something like this. So for input in input buffer, obviously, we want to move by input. That's it. But we only want to do this if input buffer dot is empty is not true. So, or rather, to avoid the nasty nesting, if it is empty, we return. If not, for input and input buffer, we move. Logically, it seems to make sense. Let's see how that is. It did not. It did not make sense. It did not work. Okay. That's all right. Oh yeah, because we don't clear it. Okay. We don't clear the input buffer. Exactly. Yeah. Input buffer dot clear once we're done moving. The clearing is working. But it's not actually doing it. We like to have it on timer 2 probably. Okay. Yeah, well, of course. So the clearing is working now. The clearing is working, but I'm back to where I was. Oh yeah, because I'm checking with size 1. Okay, sorry. My bad. No, that didn't make any difference. Okay. Well then in that case, if input size okay, let's do print debug and let's try and understand input buffer. And let's try to understand what's going on here. So here. Okay, right, yeah. Okay, so it's not storing. It's not storing it because I can only see one at a time. So it's not working for some reason. Input buffer dot append direction. Let's try and give it like a ridiculous number, like 5, something like that. Do you block input while the tween is going? Yes, but no, I do. I do somewhere. For input move, if ray is colliding or tween is moving true. But I don't check it. Wait. Is moving, if event is not. Yeah, here. Yeah. We want to block the actual movement, I guess. Yeah, here. Here. Okay. All right. Yeah, no. Good call. For input buffer, if not is moving, then move. I think that's what I want to do. No, that's still not working, but let me see. Let me see if I remove the check entirely, what happens. Oops. Can I just do that? Uh-oh. Oh no. File and use. Okay. Outside the if statement. Yeah. Good. Oh! Well, it works now. But I'm... no, wait. It doesn't work. Because I'm now in an offset. Yeah. So it's not working as intended. But that was what was blocking it. So for input and input buffer... outside the if statement. If input buffer is empty. You only want to block actual movement, I guess. I think now we're clearing the buffer outside the if statement. Outside the loop, you mean? Okay. Yeah, but I'm clearing it after the... No, but I get it. Okay, wait. Maybe I can do it here. Like, if not is colliding and whatnot. It's moving to true. Yeah, I want to do that. If not is moving. Then I can do this. All of this. Okay. That was in context of previous layout. I think the lock was right. You were just clearing input buffer before it was able to do something. Oh, you think? Okay, let me test this. Let's see how it goes. Oh no, I'm getting an error. Maybe because there's nothing to... started with no tweeners. Yeah, no, that's typical. Okay, so yeah, I think you're right that I was blocking it in the right way. So we're over here. So if it's not moving, then we can move. But I clear the... Yeah, true. I clear the input buffer before I could do anything. So... How do I check? Maybe I can do another check here and only clear if I'm not moving. So when I am standing still, input buffer dot clear. I'm not indented by the indentation, right? Just put it in move, I think, clearing the buffer. Oh, you say here. Yeah, but then I'm gonna clear the buffer every time I'm done moving. So it's not really. It's going to create the same issue again. I think this is fine. So if I'm not moving, then you can clear the input buffer. But you can only add up to, say, 3 inputs. Let's see. Never mind, because now it never stops moving. So I feel like I'm nearly there. On a timer, maybe you said. I don't know. Is moving inputs. Buffer clear. Well, I could just do this. Input buffer dot pop front. No, because I think it's the pop front is computationally expensive, isn't it? And the turn first element of the array returns null if the pop push back appends an element pop front back. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I feel like you should pop a single input every time you're calling move, so it's not in the buffer anymore. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So because so move input. Yes, that is what I'm going for. Like you've got the pop front here. But pop front is computationally expensive. I need to move away from popping from the front of queues. Is it a queue or stack? It's an array, so it's a queue. Yeah, because I'm appending to the end. So what it's gonna do is queue should have inputs in the right order. Yeah, but then the for loop goes through it like sequentially, like linearly. Like if you pop from the queue, it should be the first one. I can pop front. But this is an array, probably an array list. So if I do input buffer.pop front, what the documentation says is this method shifts every other element's index back, which may have a noticeable performance cost, especially on larger arrays. This is a minuscule array, but I don't want to do bad practice even on a minuscule, a tiny array. Okay, so what if instead of for loop, you just check if buffer is not empty and then pop it? Okay. Okay, right. So what you're saying is I can check if input buffer dot is empty. Is it? Oh well, that already assumes that it's not empty though. So the check is already here. It's implied. Because otherwise we do earlier return. So for input and input buffer, if is not moving, then move. I just have to find a way to. I mean, there's no other way, is there? Like if I'm doing this for every input in the input buffer from the most recent. No, wait. This way I would be doing it from the most. And no, so no, because this way I'm going to do it linearly. So I'm going to do it in sequence. It's going to do like from the latest added. because gradually they will get appended to the end. So then for input buffer, gradually we do that and then move input. But the problem is that then I've got the problem is that. So basically I am moving through the inputs and I'm processing them as I go. But then I want to remove the one that I've just processed. The problem is that the one that I've just processed is the one that I've just processed, is always going to be at the front. So the only thing I can do is input buffer dot pop front. I'm pretty sure this is going to make it work. Because look, see, works. It works. It's perfect. It's exactly what I want. Press it 3 times. It goes right, left. 1, 2, 3. 3 tiles. 1, 2. 2 tiles. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did it? It just keeps going until. The only thing is that if you press random buttons, you can't interrupt the sequence. Well, that's true, but you know, that is skill issue. So yeah. No, but it's true. I see what you mean. You can't interrupt the sequence. Yeah, but still, like, that is the point of the input buffer. The thing is, like, if that's why you say, I assume, to keep it very small. So if I say I've got like 2 instead of 5. Yeah, something like that. Or I could just store 1, you know, because I think if I store only 1, that should be plenty enough. Yeah, see, okay. It's a little more responsive. But yeah, I see what you mean. Like, you have to be very precise with the inputs. But that is Frogger, I suppose. It's kind of in the design of Frogger that you have to be very precise with the tiles that you jump to. And the fact that I have an input buffer now. But it's cool, though. I mean, the one thing that I'm thinking about is that I've just implemented an input buffer. It's cool. I've never done that before. Very, very cool. I love that. Regardless of this, implemented first ever input buffer. Woo! Nice. Look at you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. and I kind of like, the thing is, when I was like, okay, this is a queue I have to pop, I already knew that popping from the front was going to make it work. So it's just that I'm trying to think of a different way. That doesn't take a compromise. Although, you know, it's a tiny array. But I don't have to rely on these things. I have to find other ways to although maybe it's fine because it's a small array, so it doesn't matter. Hello, what is a boss rig or whatever you said? Boss rig? What? See that you could maybe push back instead of append? I can. Append's an element at the end of the array. What's the difference with append though? I think it's the same thing. Adds an element at the beginning of the array, so you also push back. But this shifts every other element's index forward, which may have a noticeable in performance cost, especially in larger arrays, whatever. And then the order is right. Push back instead of append. Oh, push back, you say. Wait. Yeah, no, okay. Or did you mean push front? I don't know. I don't understand the fact that you cannot distinguish between a queue and a stack in Godot. No, it's just that you create your own stack, I guess. You have arrays, and then you've got pop, at, pop back, pop front, push back, push front, and append. And I think append and push back, they do the same thing. You can implement a queue and a stack. I need my complex data structures. You can implement a queue and a stack. You just have to do it manually, you know. Hash maps for days. like you can do, I could do a linked list at this point. But you could do like you could implement your own stack. Like you just keep taking from the front. But yeah, but yeah, I get it. You know what? This is a good case for our good friend, the Claude. So let me go in here and go into our good friend Claude.ai. Hide the sidebar, which is some state secrets, I suppose. Evening to you, my good friend Claude. Wait, I have to show the sidebar again with some state secrets. Projects, there we go. And we're going to Godot for Game Development Assistant, which is my little assistant here. Do you see Primogen's video about Caveman extension for Claude? I did. It's the coolest thing ever. Is this one, right? Baseline 800 token for websites of me talk. Save. Why? Me no explain. Me tool first. Me result first. Me stop. Caveman cost. Tool work. Normal. One how you execute it. It's cool. It's so cool. It's so cool. Okay. Hey friend. Just implementing my first ever input buffer on stream. Look at me. Woo. Someone commented in a few more iterations, the AI bros would realize they ended up with a new programming language. Yeah, the caveman one. Weirdly appropriate to their demographic. Anyway, hey friend, just implement my first ever input buffer. So look at me. Woo. I've created a simple array. Last time I asked a question like this, Claude suggested that I do a ring buffer using a head and a tail, just moving through. But that's different. That was for pooling. I don't need pooling here. This is literally a list that I have to clear as I go. I created a simple array to store inputs as strings, which are then mapped to a move function, handling different directions on grid-based movement. Okay, he's got enough context now. Every time I register an input, it ends in the input buffer via append. However, I then have to remove it as soon as the input is processed via a for loop. This causes me to use pop front, which is less than ideal, although okay on such a small array, because I don't want to rely on less than optimal means. In Godot, as you know, pop front rearranges the array. What do you suggest I do instead? Here's the snippet, the relevant snippet. And I think I can just paste in all of this stuff. By the way, I've opted out of training and whatnot. You're so polite with it. I studied a bit of prompt engineering, and also just how I naturally speak with people, and I kind of treat it like a chatbot and whatnot. So yeah, I'll just ask. And sometimes when I'm very mad and I'm frustrated, I'm like, fix it. I'm done. But not in this case. Not in this case. So here's the unhandled input, and there we go. Hey, congrats on the first input buffer. This is generally satisfying math. You already correctly diagnosed the problem. Pop front on an array is then I know, because it shifts every remaining element down. Find its size 1 to 5, but it's the kind of thing that becomes a habit and bites you later. That's exactly what I want to avoid. It knows me. The idiomatic fix. Use an index pointer instead of mutating the array. Rather than removing processed inputs, you maintain a arrayed head. Okay. An integer that tracks where you are in the buffer. So basically a linked list. How to queue Godot. You only clear the whole array, which is zone 1 effectively, once everything's been consumed. The same principle is a ring buffer or a cursor-based reader, and it maps pretty directly to how you'd handle a queue with a pointer in C. Yeah, ring buffer again. You advance the pointer rather than shuffling memory. So instead of pop front, you'd increment an index and only reset both the array and the index once you've confirmed the buffer is fully drained. That actually makes sense, and I just need an extra variable for it. I increment it as I go. But honestly, consider switching the underlying structure. Oh, come on. Godot doesn't expose a native Q or DQ, but there are two clean paths here. Path A, keep the array, use a smarter drain pattern. Process and clear in a single pass using a dedicated drain loop that works on a copy of the buffer and clears the original immediately before processing. This avoids the mutation while iterating smell you already got. Yeah, but it also needs more memory, but that's fine. Iterating input buffer will also pop fronting and it's in the same loop is subtly risky, by the way, worth flagging. Yeah, that is true. Use a typed array with a fixed capacity and a manual front-back index. Effectively a hand-rolled ring buffer. Yeah. Overkill for a jam. Why does it keep thinking that it's for a jam? You'd use a resize. Oh, maybe it's my custom instructions. I have to change that. You use resize up front and two integers to track what's been written and what's been read. Seems a bit overkill for like an array that is like maybe 2 inputs large. One more thing to flag in your current code. You're iterating over input buffer with a for loop in process while calling pop front inside it. This is undefined territory. Modifying a collection mid-iteration is a classic foot gun. In GDScript, it won't crash loudly, but the behavior is unreliable. You'll want to separate the consume step from the iterate step. For gem context, path A with a copy and clear pattern is the sweet spot. Okay, it's clean, readable, zero structural overhead, and doesn't rely on any O of N shifting. What's your gut on that? Manual front back index. So yeah, but basically, yeah, the head and tail. Or just the head, you know, just a pointer. I don't need the tail. We use an index pointer instead of mutating the array. So I could just do index pointer and then once I've gone through it, then I clear it. You know, just indexing is probably the way to go. Yeah. I mean, something so small, I think creating a typed array with a fixed capacity, which is basically a list at that point. You're doing you're doing an array list, yeah, with capacity, and you make it a ring buffer. Yeah, but like, you would have. Why would I need the tail though? Yeah, head and tail, I suppose, to keep track of when head gets to the end. But actually, ideally, the head just needs to be as big as the size, and then once it gets there, it just clears the array. This is a lot to consider for an array of size 2. Exactly. Like there is no reason to do that. I think just the index is fine. This is also an interesting way, but obviously with a bigger array, not in this case with the input buffer. Keep the array, use a smarter drain pattern, process and clear in a single pass using a dedicated drain loop that works on a copy of the buffer. So you pick the buffer, create a copy, iterate through it, and draining it differently, essentially. And then you clear both, but you keep them allocated in memory at all times. So you got 2 input buffers, basically. But I don't like that, because last time I tried to do something like that, and I had like the cooldown queue, and then I had the pooling queue, and the active queue, and I had to do one for every single obstacle, and it was an absolute mess, because I would have to do a active and cooldown. Every time I have to duplicate something, my brain explodes. I don't want to duplicate shit. Lot thinks you're making Tekken, meanwhile is just pressing A twice in a row. I forgot to say this is just a copy of Frogger. I think a lot of these are overkill for this case. Fair point. You don't need a ring buffer for Frogger. That's like bringing a trebuchet to a knife fight. I hate when it tries to do comparisons like that. Frogger calling buffer size effectively always 0 or 1, which means the entire conversation changes. At that scale, the real question is whether you even need an array at all. Okay, I see where you're going with that. I like where you're going. A single variable acting as a pending input slot is arguably the most honest data structure for what you're actually modeling. One queued intention consumed on the next valid movement tick. A string, well, yeah, one queued intention. A string or your direction enum if you have one, defaulting to empty, set on input, cleared after move runs. That's it. Sidesteps the pop front issue entirely. There's nothing to iterate, and it maps directly to how Frogger's input actually behaves. You can queue 3 hops ahead, you queue 1, and only if the player isn't already moving. Your existence moving guard already implies this constraint. The array is just doing the job of a single variable with extra steps. No reason to keep even a small array if you want to experiment with input leniency, accepting a second input slightly before the first move completes, which is what I'm trying to do, which gives the game a snappier feel. But even then, a buffer size 2 is the ceiling, and you still manage it with an index rather than pop front. Yeah, I think the pending input slot is is not flexible enough. I like the idea of this input buffer mostly because I'm very proud of it, and I don't want to scrap it entirely. So I think index is the way to go. So let's try to implement that. Shouldn't be extremely difficult. So I just need a head pointer that goes through the array, and if the head gets to the size, then it clears the array after processing. So we got the input buffer. All right, that's fine. Then for input and input buffer, no, we create a. Do we want to do it in every? Yeah, I guess var input index. But then at this point, I think I can abstract this into a function, I suppose, just to not have it in the thing. I can have the whole behavior in there. Anyway, for input index starts at 0, and it has to be an int. Int starts at 0. For input string input buffer, delta float process. Okay, delta's fine. Delta var tween. Tween. Okay, he even wants me to declare the tweens. I guess I can just do this for a tween. Fine enough. Input index. Okay, so for input, if it's not moving, we first process the input, then input index plus equals 1 because GD script doesn't have plus plus. I hate that. And if at any point after we've done this processing of the input, if at any point, if input index becomes equal, throwing shade at my plus plus syntax, yeah, I know, becomes equal. Also, can you tell me the difference between equals and deeply equals? I could just Google it, but I never bothered to do it. So I guess deeply equals is also for the type, like has to be exactly that. I don't know. If input index deeply equals, and I don't even know if Godot has deeply equals. For comparison between different types. Oh, okay. Input index equals input buffer dot size, then input buffer dot clear. That should do it. Because just this input going through. You can compare strings with values, and it should work if you have 3 and 3 with I believe. Okay. Move input index plus equals 1. Yeah, this is the Godot way because you don't have the typical JavaScript, which is then like accessing the input buffer at index. I mean, it's fine. This is gonna walk with the input. Right? This is how it works in, you can compare strings with values. It should work if you have 3 and 3 with, That is very, very, very useful to know. Okay, so with that said, we can try this again. Works like a bloody charm. Look at that. Works like a charm. Works like earlier. Not better, honestly. and it only accepts 2 inputs at a time. That's perfect. Great, love it. Hero movement sorted with input buffer. I'm very, very, very proud of this little piece of code here. Just extremely proud. And the fact that I also knew how to iterate through it with the index, which is, you know, basic knowledge. But that DSA course that I'm doing, by the way, by Prime, if you need a refresher on the DSA, you could do that because it's very cool. And also you already know data structures and whatnot. But that course is very cool. It's on Front-End Masters. It's called The Last Algorithm Course You'll Ever Need in his style. But it's great. I love it. It's I think sometimes he speeds through things a little bit too much. That's his style. His mind goes 1,000 miles an hour. So I have to pause quite a bit. But that's because I'm not familiar with some of the concepts. And I think, and I've got at a point that where I'm at the, I think I can actually, I'm actually logged in and I can show you. Wait, Front-End Masters. Yeah, I can. That's my personal email. You can send me good love to that personal email if you want to. No, I don't want to do that. Courses. Watched. It's just literally this one. There you go. The last algorithm course you'll need. That's the good man Primogen. I'm already like over halfway through. I did recursion, array lists, ring buffer, recursion pathfinding. Oh yeah, here you explain recursion through pathfinding through a maze, which I thought was very cool. Recursion is taking me a while to get, but now basically he's done quicksort. He did bubble sort at some point, and also implements these algorithms. It doesn't just do the theory. And then right now, next up is trees, then tree search, heap, graphs, maps, and LRU, which I don't know what it is. Never heard of these. And then it wraps up. And I think it has a part 2. But it's really cool. It's very comprehensive too. It's got it starts from explaining Big O, which obviously you will know. But then it talks about arrays and linear search, binary search, all of that stuff. It's useful. I'm finding it very, very useful, and it gets me thinking about these things and about building my own data structures, which this kind of is. It's not a ring buffer. It's kind of an array list, kind of a linked list, but it's not because it's not node based. It's just an input buffer with an index, an iterator. So it's just really cool. And I feel like I was able to do this thanks to that course. You won't need it most likely, but it's a nice refresher if you want to review some of those concepts. It's done other courses. It's done like one about Git, learning Git on, I think, boot.dev. Yeah, boot.dev Prime. Go there. It's done one about learning to use Git, which I would also like to do. I think it was from him. In any case, he's promoting it. I think that is his. But yeah, he's also done one of those, and I think I'd like to do that too, just because, you know, Git is useful in general. But yeah, the fun bit is that all of this stuff I'm doing is just out of a hobby. I'm not planning to become a software developer anytime soon, especially considering all of the doom and gloom that there is around AI right now. So like, oh yeah, so developers, software engineers will be out of a job, but I think mentally I go more towards the software engineer role than the software developer, because I like building systems. I love building systems. My favorite part of making games, I've found, is creating those systems that then work in game. It's a big part of the fun that I get out of this. Like, yes, it's cool to see Frogger move around, but I had a lot of fun doing this little input buffer here and getting it to work. And for Ari and the Fading World, I remember I had the same kind of experience. I was there, I was just creating all of the stuff that would make the game work, creating them from scratch, like the dialogue system, the combo system, the animations and whatnot. I think that's a common thing in this field. We love making systems, we hate finishing games. yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Anyway, we did quite a bit of grid-based level areas done. The tile-based movement, it's done. We've done a lot already for this first stream. Now, what we can do is start thinking about the obstacle spawning system. I don't think I need to worry about the frog for a long time. But I do need to create a bit of a like colliders and world limits, so the frog doesn't go off the world. Like here, the frog shouldn't be able. Frogger shouldn't be able. What do we call this frog? Jeremy. So Jeremy shouldn't be able to get through like here. So I have to create a bit of a collision shape. And maybe do, oh no, wait, maybe do a static body 2D, which is going to be the world limit, and that's a collision shape 2D. Then from here, a world boundary shape. I think this is good. Then we just really just move it to be, no, damn it, I don't want snapping in this case. Here. So I think now because of the raycast, yeah, perfect. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. We can still go off the edges, but we don't really care. For the moment, what we do care about is we have to create, like, if you go off the edge with a log, then you die. But even off the road, so I think we just have to create two areas that just kill you instantly. So we're gonna have to make a couple more static bodies. So like bottom boundary, and we're gonna do like a little node 2D, and we put the thing here. We do like world box, call it, bottom boundary, and then we do a little static body 2D. Same thing. We do like left boundary. Perfect. And we do a area 2D instead. Oh no, sorry. No, not a static object. We want an area 2D with a collision shape 2D. Collision shape 2D, and we call this left boundary. And we can actually assign a script to this, and we call it like world boundary, and we then reuse this. So if at any point we want a signal, so if at any point, you know what, I want to do it the pro way. So we want to grab we are the area 2D, so we want to do area entered dot connect. Yes, and we do I think it's on area, no, body entered dot connect, and we want to do the callable, which is on area 2D body entered. That's how you do it. We don't have that, but we create it. We do func on area 2D body entered, and this is going to be a void function. And here what we do, if body is player, which we already have as a class, then want to signal upward to the main that the game needs to end. So signal player death. No, wait. Boundary. No. Player. What's it called? Boundary. Not boundary break. Play. Okay. Player out of bounds. something like that. Then signal, oh no, wait, player out of bounds dot emit. And this will then handle, yeah, wait, body, character, body 2D, no, wait, no 2D, just in general. Okay. Layer 2D body entered. 2D, yeah, because this is technically the underscore. Okay, perfect. This is technically Jeremy Pog. Yeah. This is technically how you connect a signal manually that is supposed to be in the signal's screen. So instead of clicking here and being like body entered and whatnot, you do it manually. And what this does is, if the signal breaks, if you rename one thing, then you don't have to worry about disconnecting it from here and then renaming it. You can just do it. So that's really, 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 really good. Very flexible. A bit more of the, well, let's say, I don't know if decoupled is the right way. I don't think it's decoupled, but it's basically it's much more foolproof in a way. So what do we want to do? We want to do signals player death upon entering. Okay, and then the collision shape 2D itself needs to be a rectangle shape, really. So this is going to be the left area, which we're going to expand like this. Yep. And we just extend right to the boundary there. And then since it creates like unique resources every time, what we have to do is, actually, I think I have to be very precise here. Well, I'm supposed to anyway, just slightly off there, just slightly off. There you go. And then we could copy it and paste it, but it's not good practice because then it will use the same collision shape, same shape resource. So I'd rather create it from scratch. I mean, I can reset that, but I'd rather create it from scratch just to make it. And we're going to do right boundary. And we're going to assign the same script to it. So world boundary, GD, put it there. Great. Do a collision shape, 2D. We create the rectangle shape. And then in this case, we just move the rectangle shape to the right and expand it like so. Wow, if I wanted a pixel perfect. Then a couple here. Okay, so now we got the left and right boundaries. So the player can die, Jeremy. Poor Jeremy can die now. And to test it, we can do print air. So it's very shouty. Player left the arena. Player Jeremy left the area. Your Jeremy Pogger made me think this game could be called Pogger. So Jeremy left the area. So let's see. Is that gonna work? Jeremy left the area. Yes. But it's actually going halfway through. So I think I need to move it. Jeremy left the area. Okay. And does it work on the right side? Jeremy left the area. Beautiful. Just perfect. It works like a charm. But I do need to move it slightly by like half a pixel or something. Because otherwise, it's going to be so fun. Let's see. Jeremy is done with the shiz and he's leaving. Okay, this is still Jeremy left the area. I think I need to move it even further. Okay, now he actually leaves the area. Okay, great. Now the signal doesn't fire until you move off screen entirely. So, okay. And same thing over here. I kind of have to test. I don't know why I reset the game. God damn it. Okay. Works like a bloody charm. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay, we've got our Jeremy. Jeremy is done with the, yeah. That's still funny. So we've got the death conditions is the war boundaries. Win condition, we kind of need like the win or something. So we need a counter of how many lily pads, but that's, we don't have time to do it now. What I think we can do is, okay, we got the safe lane. That's great. The road is fine. The water. Now the water is interesting. It can be another area 2D, but area 2D and call it just water box. Collision shape 2D. Okay. And then now here's the problem with the water. I have absolutely no freaking clue how I'm going to make it work. Because if Jeremy touches the water, he's dead. But if he's on a log, then he's not dead. So what do I do? Ooh. I could disable Jeremy's collision or change... I can change Jeremy's collision layer when he's on a log. So... No, not that. Collision. Okay, so this is like... let's say this is the... Let's just do these two. These two. Collision. And they're just in the simple world layer. Whatever. This is gonna be obstacles. Which is, you know, the cars and possibly the logs and whatnot. Or maybe I could do another one, but like if we do layer 4 to be water, right? Then we've got this as the word boundaries, and that's fine. But then the water can be on layer 4. And the player, by default, can check for collisions on all layers, pretty much. Including the water. But if the player is inside and collides inside a log, then we disable his masking of layer 4, the water, and we re-enable it when he exits the area. So this way, we're playing with collision layers. I just need to remember the exact methods, but it can work. It can really work. I'm not... Well, I could also disable the collider entirely. But then I think I would have some issues with the logs and moving around and whatnot. I don't know. So all of this logic probably needs to happen at the... Yeah, but I have to signal to the player. Okay, I know how to do this. I know how to do this. I have to write it down here, but I know how to do this. This is easy after all. So water lanes. Okay, well, I've designed the play area. So draw play area. Okay. And then, what do we want to do? We want to, water behavior. Water box behavior. So, detect collision with Jeremy. If Jeremy is on an obstacle, change Jeremy's collision masking while on obstacle. Very simple. Reactivate while off. So by default, I think Jeremy's mask is The mask, the physics layers in this collision object 2D scans. Collision can scan one or more of 32 different layers. This is a collision layer. Object A, I think I could do it with an array maybe. So like here, if we go back into the script on ready, then I need to grab Jeremy's collision shape. No, I need to grab Jeremy. No, that's just me then. That's all of those. But on ready, we want the collision mask. Collision mask equals, I believe it can just be an array. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can it be something like that? I assume that's how the mask is handling multiple collision layers. Oh no, it's an int. Okay. Open documentation. Let's see. Set collision object A, collision priority. Order penetration, disable. No. Priority is to still collide when occurring penetration. Object. Collision layers and masks, new documentation. I really need to see. So, collision mask. I know what it is. Code example. Ah, okay. You can do that. I can do this with a for loop very easily, just to be elegant, you know, and super freaking overkill. So for mask in collision mask, set collision mask value. No, wait. Oh yeah, mask. True. No, but this enables all of them. No, that's not what I want to do. Okay, so var collision masks. Then it's an int, I think. I believe that's how it's gonna be. 1. No, it's actually ints. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, array. Okay, that it's supposed to be. It's actually an array, not an array ints. Okay, there we go. So for mask in collision masks, set collision mask value to mask true. That should do it. I think that will do it. So that will do it. So then print collision mask. I think. Print. Trying to see if this is gonna work. Print collision mask. I think, okay, I'm gonna try this. Gonna try this and see how it goes. So what have we printed? Nothing. All right. That is very, very interesting. So here's what we're gonna do. We probably want to print it. Let's see. Let's print it every frame just to see what's going on. Okay. Ah, no, right. Okay, so it's okay. The mask is the 15. Why is it 15? Okay, doesn't matter. Okay, never mind. I think this is gonna work though. I think this works. The problem is, how do I check it? To check that this is running first. Ah, it did not run. Why? Does this run? Huh? Why is it not running the ready function when the hero is ready? Very suspicious. Ah, that's why. Supposed to be with the underscore. So this entire thing was not working so far. Ah, cool. Oh no. Oh no, I broke my grid. Damn it. I actually liked it as it was, so it's okay. But positioning was position of the snap vector 1. Nah, I will just do this. Actually, wait. Just do that and comment it out. Do not give a shit. Okay. See if that works. Okay, that worked. The collision mask is an array of size 4, obviously, which has 1, 2, 3, 4. That's okay. Then mask. Okay. Then input buffer is moving. Whatever. So in remote, we go into main, we go into the hero. So far, so good. We have the collision masks all enabled. But say if I do like 1, 2, 5, for example, and let's see what happens. I go here. Okay. Remove the breakpoint and go forward. Okay, we go into remote. We go into the hero. Aha! There you go. It worked. Perfect. Okay. So this works. We know that it works. This loop works. So this is how I can set the collision mask value. So now I think I need a function here, which is only going to be used internally, and it's going to be no, I don't think I need a function. I think I can just do it with a signal, which I'm going to connect in the ready function. So I'm going to do I need a global signal buffer, so maybe I can do another little script in the singletons. Script signal bus. Okay. Then here I can just have the signals. So I'm gonna have signal on Jeffrey. No, not Jeffrey. Jeremy. Jeremy on platform. Good lord, not Jeffrey. Signal Jeremy off platform. Okay. So we have these two. Now, what I'm gonna do is project no. So what I want to do here, and I'm going to run through my thinking as I try to make this work. I'm having some global signals that I will then emit every time Jeremy steps on a log. The log is going to emit that signal, and that will connect to Jeremy, who will then disable his water masking layer. Water masking layer, yeah, and water collision mask. Let's put it that way. And when it steps off the log is going to emit the signal that Jeremy is off the log. And as such, Jeremy will reactivate his mask layer and drown. So what that means is signal bus dot, oh wait, signal bus dot Jeremy on platform dot connect to a simple lambda function, which is void, and is going to is going to simply change the set collision mask value of number 4 to false. Yeah, we got it. And then signal bus dot Jeremy off platform dot connect function. Okay, another little lambda function. No need to put it in its own little line there. And what we're gonna do is set collision mask value again to 4, and that is true. That means signals handle collision with water. Pretty straightforward. I think this is actually going to work. Now, what we have to do is we have to program the water box. And that should be fairly easy to do as well. So program the water box. The behavior is very simple. We want to do a little script there, and we want to do the same things really. So in terms of signals, on ready, we want to connect the body entered dot connect to on area 2D. No, wait, on water box body entered. Yeah, we don't have that already. Then body exited dot connect on water box body exited. Yeah, we don't need the process function, but we do need the function on water box body entered, which is going to be void, and it's going to check if body is it needs to have a parameter which is a body, which is a node. It's going to be a node 2D, or a character body 2D, to be honest, because we don't care about anything else. Body is player. Then what it does is signal bus dot signal bus dot we don't need that. This is a local signal. This is a signal, and that is Jeremy drowning. So if the water box body entered is Jeremy drowning dot emit. That's it. We don't really need actually the body exited, because yeah, I was thinking about the obstacles. Signals player death. And then we'll have to handle it. So we put a little to do here. We're gonna do it next time. Handle player death. This game is coming together nicely. We did hit a bit of a hitch earlier with the input buffer, but honestly, it's going really well. Detect collision with Jeremy, okay. Death conditions, we have to do that. Win condition, alright. Okay. Change Jeremy's collision masking while on obstacle, reactivate while off. We can test this. So now what we want to do is, maybe we got a little bit more time. In 15 minutes, I think I can do this. Let's speed run this. So we have to create a little log platform with an animated sprite. No, not animated sprite. A sprite 2D. So sprite 2D, and the sprite 2D is that, and we're gonna have to, how do we assemble the sprite 2D? For now, we're just gonna do like a simple platform. I think I've got an idea of how to handle it. I think I'm gonna have to create a lot of children for the log platform, but that's okay for now. Log platform, okay, that is the behavior. With the sprite 2D, we go into the assets. In this case, we'll just use a log middle, just to have it there. Good, beautiful. This is an entity technically. So obstacles, and we want to put the log platform in there. The script also we need to move, because I don't know where it is right now. Log platform, oh here. To move it into the obstacles, there you go. Beautiful stuff. So log platform on process, it needs to move left. Don't know if I want to code it now, but position minus equals delta times move speed. And the move speed is going to be a little variable. Move speed, it's a float, and it's about, I don't know, let's do 200, right? 200, something like that. Position minus equals velocity dot x. No. Position minus position equals vector 2 left. No, that is for velocity. Delta minus delta times move speed is, yeah, that should be negative. And then just 0, honestly. Just whatever it is. Let me place a log in there and see if it works. Just in a random position, log platform over there. See if it moves. Oh no, wait. Log platform. We really want this to be func ready is position. No, wait. I need a start position. So var start pause. It's a vector 2. And on start pause equals global position. Then I'm gonna do global position equals vector 2 minus delta move speed. I think let's do like a ridiculous number like 200,000. Let's see how it works. Well, it worked so well that it went off the freaking screen. Well, now it's there. It's not doing much, but it's there. Oh no, okay, wait. Start pause dot y. I don't know why I was doing that, but yeah, start position equals global position. And I don't know why it's moving that way. Minus delta. No, okay. Minus equals. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, it's again moving too fast. Maybe let's do 2. Freaking L, okay. Due to the China physics process. Start position equals global position. Global position equals... you know what? I'm going to comment this out and do a little pass for now. See where it starts. Okay, it starts over there. Good. Then the... position minus equals vector 2. Oh yeah, delta moves. Okay, I see. Oh my god. Maybe delta should be fine. Just moving for the delta. No, I don't know where it's going. Oh yeah, because it's doing it every frame. Yeah, but why is it not? Maybe I need a character body 2D instead, and do like a move and slide. Yep. And this is, I need to change the type to be actually, as I mentioned, change type a character body 2D maybe, and then a collision shape it will need, which is going to be a rectangle. Really, there we go. Multiple rectangle. Okay, very precise, very specific. See, what's going on? Because of the velocity, isn't it? Yeah, I think I need to change the velocity. Velocity dot x minus equals, let's do just delta. Wait, don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Oh, damn it. Delta. I think this should do it. Well, it's accelerating. That is very cool. Oh shit, I'm moving it. Okay. Global position dot x minus equals delta. Maybe that one does it. Ah, yeah, okay. And then delta times speed. Times move speed. I swear, like, moving stuff is still a big... Okay, that kind of did it this time. Let's have that. Still quite fast. So I'm gonna move it to 50 maybe. Okay, perfect. Great. So now... I actually feel like... So it shouldn't record like the... Okay, so wait, if I move this to be like a Note 2D and I just leave things as they are, what's gonna happen? Doesn't have move and slide, obviously, but if I do that... okay, I don't know what was going on earlier, but alright. Okay, so now the hero, our little Jeremy... I'm not gonna call it a hero, we're gonna call it Jeremy. I like it. This is gonna be Jeremy. Which extends player body to D and is still player. Okay. So Jeremy is visible in terms of visibility. We want him to be in ordering Z index 1. So it has to be above everything. Maybe not above cars. So cars can be 2. But like if logs are 0, then Jeremy is 1. Let's see how that works. Nice. Okay. Okay, we're on top of logs now. We're good. Good stuff. So, what happens now is, what we want to do is very simply... Oh, first of all, we have a print debug here with the input buffer. We don't need that anymore. Look at this. It's coming together very nicely. So we wanted to speedrun this. We have 8 minutes to make this work exactly how I want it to work. So, now the log platform is a node 2D. We need an area 2D. And then attach it the collision shape. There we go. And then what we want to do is on ready. We want to first have the area 2D. So we got it there. And then we go into area 2D dot body entered dot connect, and we do on area 2D body entered. Yeah, and then what we do is on... Oh shit. Oh, and same thing actually here, but it has to be body exited. On area 2D body exited. Well done. So well done to me. So then now function on area 2D body entered. Nice void function there. And what we're going to do is if body is player and the body has to be here as a parameter, node 2D. If body is player, then what happens is get the we have to do signal bus dot Jeremy on platform dot emit. Yep. And then Jeremy off platform dot emit from area 2D body exited. Yeah. Area 2D body exited. What is it? On area 2D. Oh, here. Okay. Great. So we got that. And also, if the body is the player, body dot global position equals global position. This way we update the global position of the player as we go. Let's go. Let's see. Is that gonna work? It did not, unfortunately. But why? Print. Hello, Jeremy. Oh yeah, wait, because the collision shape... Is the collision shape moving with me? It should be. It's a child, isn't it? Yeah, here we go. Did we get it? Hello, Jeremy. Oh, okay, okay. So it is actually doing it. It's just it's not updating the player's global position. Body.global position equals... Oh, okay. I know. Because it's only updating it on the frame that the body is inside. Oh my god, this is so wrong. Like, this can be taken so much out of context. Area shape entered, body shape entered. No, this is only, it doesn't detect continuous collision. So what I want to do instead is... I know. Add child. Body. Done. Let me see. Then I don't know how I'm gonna remove it, but... Whee! Oh, damn it. No, it didn't work. I got an error, though. Can add hero to log platform already has a parent main. Ooh, okay. How do I reparent then in that case? If I can reparent. Body.parent. Oh, reparent. New parent, self. False. Let's see. Ah, damn it. Well, it is kind of working. I don't... What? Ah, yeah, okay, wait. Let's see. Wee. Okay, I don't... Alright. No, okay, so that doesn't work. Body.global position equals... global position. Let me see if that one kind of fixes it. I don't know why that one would happen in the first place. Nope, it did not. Did not indeed fix it. Oh. I am on the right track though. I think. But for now, the body of player is print. Hi Jeremy. And then if body of is off, then print. Bye, Jeremy. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Hi, Jeremy. Bye, Jeremy. Okay, it works. The signals work. So that means we have all of the logic to actually get Jeremy to survive outside of water. So let me see. Value, false, true, okay. And now in the water box, multiplayer Jamie drowning.emit print glue 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 glue. This is a very nice sound of Jeremy drowning. Unfortunately, poor Jeremy is drowning. Oh, glue 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 glue. Why glue 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 now? Maybe I have to. Yeah, I have to reduce Jeremy's collision shape slightly. It's a bit too big. No. No. Ah, because it's a capsule. Why did I choose a capsule? Why in the world would I do that? Okay. Why glue now is such a loaded question. It's yeah, it's the sound of Jeremy drowning. Okay, so Jeremy can drown. Okay, Jeremy can drown. But what if he is on the log? Let's see. Can he drown on the log? Well, that doesn't help, does it? I have to keep the log steady to check this. So let's see. Let's not move the log for now. If this works, I swear, if this works, oh, need to pass. Okay. If this works, I swear I'm gonna have the biggest brain. Let me see. Glue, 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 glue. Ah, yeah, because the collider is still too big, is it? Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know if it's working. Jeremy on platform.emit. Ah, yeah, but I have to check the collision when I don't know. Let's see. Let me think. Jeremy's collider needs to be the water box is going to be a pain in the butt, but I think we're getting there somewhat. I think we've got an idea. I can have raycasts check for collision in all 4 directions when I land on something, but that's something that I can. That's an implementation I can do next time. Now I'm running out of time. I need to go. Let's see. I'm the collision mask value 4 to false. Print not detecting water. I don't know if that is accurate in any way, but let's see. And we can have a quick check. Not detecting water. Okay, so technically this is working. Very technically. It's not working, but technically it is. So maybe the collision shape just needs to be much smaller. Yeah, there you go. Something like that, yeah. And then if we do this point, yes. Okay, hi Jeremy, not detecting water. Bye Jeremy. Not detecting water. Yeah, but I don't know, I mean, the function does fire off, which means this other function fires off too, but how can I check the collision? Ah, no, wait, on remote. Of course. Let's go into the hero here. Try to check the mask. Let me see. Remote, hero, okay. Check the masks as they go. All right, yeah. Okay. Ah, but it's been disabled after a while, and then, okay. There, boop, 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 boop. So while it's over there, okay, and then it gets, all right. Oh, maybe, oh no, because I'm acting on the player. Not the player is looking for a collision with the water, which is the one sending the signal. I want to do the other way around. Platform connect, set collision masks true. Okay, so I think I can do it in the water instead. So the water stops looking for the player. So let's go in the water box. The water box is a area 2D. Great. It's looking for collision on the player. Oh no, on the world. Oh yeah, okay, wait. Player. Okay. It's looking for collision on the player thing, and now this is water. This is the player. Okay. But then it doesn't anymore. See if that does it. A feeling this will make it. Okay. Move this out of the way. Check the console. It worked. Hi Jeremy, bye Jeremy. Glue 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 glue. It's detecting collision. It's stopping to detect collision when I hop on the platform, and then it's detecting it again when I'm off the platform. I've done it. Now the only problem that I'm getting is that the collision, like when Jeremy moves, is still detecting collision as he moves. So I think if I disable the collider when while he's moving, if he moves right in front of a car, he's not going to die until the collider gets reactivated. But that's not what I want to do. But I can do this entire But I can change his layer. Because right now the player, our good friend Jeremy, is on layer 1. It could be on the same layer as the obstacles. The same layer as the water. Yes. Right, yeah. I don't like that idea, but it's like turning a bit on and off. It's not a big deal. What I could do every time while I'm moving, before it's finished moving, so and then we do set collision mask value, okay, for all of them. Yeah, but I don't care about that anymore. Although that was a neat little implementation, so I'll keep it. Sets up collision masks. Detect collision. Collision layers, let's say. Collision layers to be detected. Collision, we'll call them layers instead of masks. Otherwise I'll get confused. Layers, collision layers. Layers. Set collision layer value, and we will rename this one too. So for layer and collision layers, layer, comma, true. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're on all of them. We don't really care about that. And when we go back here, we also do not care about these ones here. I think I'm looking for collisions on the obstacles and whatnot, but like the player isn't handling collisions at all. So what happens here is when I'm moving, set collision layer value 4, which is water, to false. And after you stopped moving, set collision layer value 4 to true. So what we're actually doing is we're turning a little thing on and off, on and off, on and off. But it means that if we move towards the water, it will not detect a collision with the water until we land, if my calculations are indeed correct. So that means well, no, wait. because right now the water box isn't set up to do this kind of stuff. There you go. So I have to check that. So I'm on the water thing and I have to check that one there. Okay, great. Find that. Let's find out if that one works very quickly. Okay, no, that's not happening. Because we are not looking for collision there anymore. Is that true? I'm a little confused. Why is it not working anymore? You see? Yeah. Okay. But it, oh no, wait, because damn it, because I removed this. Print drowning. Okay, I'm so silly. So now let's see. Okay, drowning right now. Oh, it's still drowning though. Because it starts tweening. So maybe if I change it earlier. So if I disable the collision layer here. Coder, cool. I've got an interesting question for you. Tell me, Daddy Day Gamer, on over there on Twitch for QuickScore if you're still there. I was just about to finish. I mean, I'm not. Don't take me as a professional coder. I'm very much learning. I'm doing like this little challenge here. I know a few things. I feel like I'm somewhat intermediate by now, but definitely not a professional coder. Okay, still drowning, it says. But this time it waits. So I think it's detecting the collision anyway, and I think that has to do with... yeah, because obviously, what I'm doing is if I am on the... Where is it? Log platform. Is it this? Jeremium platform emit. So water box. Box body. No. Yeah, it's in the hero. So Jeremium platform. Where is it? The hell is it? Oh, did I remove it? Was I that much of an idiot? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I put it on the water box. Yeah, okay, of course. So you have to check for that, not that. I want to know your thought process using AI to write base code for a game and building from there, using AI to help you troubleshoot it and whatnot. You think that is good for both coders and people who don't know how to code? Wow, that is a loaded question, my friend. Right, so I think it's complicated. I think it really depends. I would not use AI to write base code for a whole game. Before first trying myself. Like my approach is using AI as a learning tool. And as a way to troubleshoot it, then yes. Because it's kind of like, you know, that's an argument that my friend QuickScore here on YouTube, on the YouTube chat, said once, which is basically like using Google, but it's a smarter Google in a way. So it's like Googling stuff. It's like doing research when you're trying to troubleshoot stuff. So I think it's really useful for coders and people who already know how to code. And I also think that it's good for people who don't know how to code because they get a chance to learn from those things, but only if they use it right. So what I did earlier was, you can see it here. It's like Googling back when Google wasn't bad, QuickScore says. So what I did here, you can see right here that I was using Claude to debug something, which was an input buffer that I made to store inputs so that, you know, when I'm moving the little frog here in my little Frogger clone that I'm trying to do for the 20 games challenge, I would be able to chain inputs as I press the buttons. So the movement would be snappier and it would be a little bit better of an experience. But I was having an issue because I didn't want to do a thing a certain way. So I was like, you know what? I've tried thinking about different ways. I think I've got an idea, but what do you think, Claude? This is the context, implementing input buffer. What do you think? And Claude gave me a bunch of suggestions and I was like, okay, well, but these seem overkill for what I'm trying to do. This is just a copy of Frogger. I think a lot of these are overkill. And then it told me a couple more options. And then at the end, I was like, okay, I'm reading through all of this. It's not giving me any code, but I'm thinking about the implementation. And it's like Googling. I would have Googled that anyway when I got at that point. And so at the end, I decided to implement the first solution that it gave me, which was using an index to iterate through the input buffer and then clear it only at a certain point. But I was able to come to that conclusion because I already know what different data structures, and I already studied a little bit of software engineering, software development, and all of that. Without that knowledge, Claude could have just given me the code straight away, would have just copied and pasted it into my code base, built up some tech debt, and then in 3 weeks, I would not have a clear idea of what the hell that code was doing because I did not write it myself. So, okay, you're saying something, but back in the day, people used to know how to change their oil, and now most people use mechanics. On that analogy, people used to know how to code well, and now it's more difficult. So why not look at using AI as a mechanic to do most of the heavy lifting for you? I think it's a very tricky subject. Personally, I have a very strong opinions on this. I think that coding is a craft. And as someone who is a writer in his day job, a craft is, the beauty of the craft is doing the thing. So people used to know how to change their oil, but it's not like they were creating the oil from scratch. You know what I'm saying? So what I mean is, the beauty of coding is coming up with these systems, with this engineering these systems. And when AI becomes useful for me, because I like building these systems from scratch, is when I'm stuck in something, I'm banging my head against the wall, I really don't know how to solve it, AI helps me troubleshoot it. But I don't think that I would ever offload the entire process of creating the code to an AI, because that would take the fun away from the process for me. Now, maybe you're someone who doesn't find fun in building stuff, and at that point, maybe you want to focus on other things. But at that point, like, what do you want to focus on when you're building a game or when you're building an app? The design element, which is something that many vibe coders prefer to look at nowadays. But then you don't know how things work underneath the hood. And when you have a problem, then you're going to find yourself in a loop of prompting the AI over and over and over and over again. I think AI makes it easy in a lot of ways to get a baseline, like not a baseline, like a first rough attempt at something. But you have to kind of know how things work underneath the hood in order to understand what the AI is doing. Because then when you want to expand what the AI is doing, maybe by yourself, you will have the ideas and the structures, the mental structures to do it. I don't know if I was clear in that kind of reasoning, but in a nutshell, my answer can be summarized as, I think AI is an excellent tool to help you troubleshoot things, to debug things, to help you learn new concepts and new things, and help it explain things to you. But then you take that learning, you put it in your brain, and you apply it in the next project. It's how I use AI ever since I learned a little bit of prompt engineering, ever since I learned how to basically use it as a learning tool, as I'm saying here. What I would not use AI for is completely offload or outsource my entire thinking, because then I start losing skills. And at that point, I don't know what skills I'm developing. Because if the AI does everything for me, what am I actually developing? Am I developing critical sense? Something like that? I don't know if I'm developing that because I didn't go through the process of creating the things first and developing the taste, the creative taste. So yeah. I understand that, and I understand that a lot of people such as coders, artists, writers, etc. are holding on to the sentiment that they aren't doing all of the steps by themselves. But in the end, what matters most is the creative thinking, because that is the first step to creating something original. All in all, just picking your brain to understand why AI is getting such negative backlash from those communities instead of them embracing it and using it to their advantage. I think in those communities there's more than just the attachment to the sentiment, to the creative craft. For me, that is a big thing, but it's not just that. I think those communities are generally made of people who are a little bit more leaning towards the argument that creative arts are for humanity and just leaving a message to humanity, benefiting others and such. And AI, when you really dig into it, it does a lot of things that are very negative to the entire world. It just disrupts jobs and livelihoods right now. It takes a lot of resources and water from communities that actually need it, and all the data centers around the world that are popping up and are getting backlash because bills are going up for people in there. And people might think, okay, this is a common evil, this is a necessary evil to actually get to a point where AI changes the world. But also at the same time, I use this technology constantly, and I'm like, I'm still smarter than it is. It still makes a lot of stupid mistakes that, due to the way the technology is built, I don't think we'll ever be able to overcome. And also, I don't know if I would agree with what you're saying about the creative thinking to creating something original. That is the important bit, because I feel like in a lot of cases, execution just matters just as much. And what AI does is really spit out things that have been done before, doesn't necessarily create something that is entirely new, and that is what our brain is for. So yes, the creative thinking, and then that's where you kind of take things on and you improve them by yourself. What a lot of coders are saying is that AI is good at doing boilerplate code. So like, for example, if you want to create a character controller, you just assign it to AI. AI can do a character controller in seconds, and then you tweak it. But first, you need to know how to build a character controller in the first place, because you know what the AI is building, and you know what values then you have to change. You know what I'm saying? So like, you get that craft, you get that knowledge, you get those skills to work with AI as an assistant, not as the thing doing what you want to do, in a way. So yeah, I think they're holding on to that sentiment that they aren't doing all of the steps by themselves, but also pushing back against big corporations and big tech wanting to basically create a technology that is disrupting the entire world just so they can fatten their own pockets. And that is something that I really feel strongly against. And I say this with Claude AI open, but I try to be responsible with my use of AI. I try to be conscious about how I'm consuming it. And I also know that the more I use AI, the more money I cost these companies that are actually doing it. So kind of a win-win situation for me, because I get something out of it and they keep losing money. But for now, and until they manage to turn a profit. But yeah, Quizcore is saying or Frapser on YouTube, to me, coding is a road to get through. It's not just about the final result. Same with art. It's the same to me, I feel like. I feel like if I sit down to write a short story, the process of writing a short story is what makes the writing fun for me. It's not having the final short story that then I can release into the world and have other people read it. Yes, it is that too. But it is the creative side of things, because it kind of expands my brain too. Like, it makes me think about things, and it makes me think about how I'm approaching certain tasks, it makes me process the kind of knowledge that I have in my brain. And coding is kind of the same thing. Like, I'm studying a lot of like data structures and algorithms, and studying a lot of game development, because if I feel like it's enriching my knowledge, it's making my brain bigger in a way, and that is really. It is really, really nice, because then when you get to building something from scratch, like earlier, I was like, before getting to the AI, I got to this point. And I got to this point pretty much almost entirely by myself, with some help from the chat. But I was like, okay, I have to build an input buffer. I can use an array, okay, and then I can use a for loop for that, and then I can put things together, and then it was working in a way. And then I refined it thanks to AI, but I got there by myself, and I felt so proud that you can actually see it here. If I go into the input buffer of the hero script, it says implemented first ever input buffer. Woo. I had never implemented an input buffer before, just went off of what Quivscore was telling me in chat, and also a little bit of my own knowledge of data structures and brain, and it just worked. And I was like, wow, this felt like a super complex issue that I never tackled before. And I was just able to do it in maybe 10 to 15 minutes, something like that. And you don't get that satisfaction when AI is doing the thing for you. And I think that is the satisfaction that a lot of people are addicted to, or maybe they're attached to. That is what they like. I know that this was a very convoluted response and went in a lot of different branches and such, but I hope that it's kind of given you a bit of an overview of why maybe people are holding on to the creative crafts, because it's not just about doing all of the steps by themselves. It's about doing the steps that matter to them without having to outsource their thinking. So yeah, the idea is important, but then the execution is just as important, because then that's where all the magic happens for creative people. So I think yeah, that is probably why AI is getting such negative backlash from those communities, and also all the subtext and all the surrounding elements, which are about, well, AI is basically destroying the world in a lot of ways, and we don't want that. Quivscore on YouTube says, I've seen so many YouTube videos about programmers going through some kind of mid-career crisis about the AI because it's too slow not to use it, but to use it feels like an office job. Because you're missing out on the fun part, the puzzle-solving part of coding. You don't get the satisfaction nailing a problem. Yeah, I see a lot of people on Reddit kind of panicking right now because they're like, we are so cooked. And they don't say it because they're excited. They say it because they're panicking. They're saying because they're like, AI is actually getting pretty good at debugging, pretty good at creating code from scratch. So where do we stand? And a lot of people like say, oh, you can move into the management part of things. You can go into the project management part of things. You can do the leader, overseeing AI and teams. But speak to a lot of software developers and you realize that a lot of them are builders. They're not leaders. They don't want to be leaders. They don't want to be the overseers of a project. It's just not who they're meant to do, who they were born to do. And we have a lot of people. We can't all be managers. Exactly. That's what Quivscore was saying on YouTube. We can't all be managers. Otherwise, I mean, there's no one to manage. And in any case, the managers are usually, and I'm in a managerial position for my day job. I'm a senior, not senior quite yet. I might become senior soon, but I'm a content director, content and publishing director at a social media agency. The more I move to the senior side of things, the less day-to-day stuff I do. The more I move to the senior side of things, the more I oversee teams and delegate and be like, okay, can you do that and that? And I focus on the high-level stuff, the strategy things, the client relations and whatnot. And I do less of the writing, which is what I was hired to do 4 years ago. I don't mind that. I enjoy that. But I also do miss sometimes the writing part. And that's why sometimes I still pick up a post and I'm like, okay, I'm going to write this because I just want to do it myself. So being a manager requires a very specific type of person. We're not all the same in the world. We're not all executives. We can't all be business managers or project leaders and whatnot. Some people just love to build stuff, love to build systems, and they want to do it for as long as possible until maybe they're ready to move to the manager position. But if you don't get that solving part of coding, you take the fun away from those people who are mostly builders. And so understandably, they're mad. Hope that was clear, and hope my train of thought wasn't too hard to follow. Hopefully that gave you some sort of an answer. But thank you for asking this question. It was a very, very important question that a lot of people are asking right now. And if they're builders, then, okay, so you're responding. If they're builders, then they just have to properly word a prompt in an AI tool and have it built. At the end of the day, AI can use your imagination to bring your world to life, saving time. If one guy can make an amazing game without needing crowdfunding, without being an artist, without being a coder, just as an imagination and needs help bringing it to life, it opens up more opportunities to those who needed help. Yeah, true. But the counter argument to that is a lot of the people who have imagination then at some point go through the process of learning how to put that imagination to use. If you don't build that skill, And if you don't build those skills that then bring you to building the stuff yourself, yes, it opens up more opportunities, but what are you really doing with them? Did you really go through the experience needed to understand what impact you're having with that game? On the surface, your argument makes sense because you're like, AI makes art, game design, game programming more accessible to everybody. And that is a core argument of AI that a lot of people are saying. But the accessibility argument, I think, is flawed in a lot of ways because it's like you're kind of trying to get ahead of people who genuinely may know better than you because they've spent years trying to be an artist, trying to be a coder. They've learned the ins and outs of the craft. At the end of the day, I don't think, unless you're some sort of genius, but even then probably you will fall into hubris or something like that. But I don't think that you're necessarily going to make something better than an artist would do. And that is why you're seeing probably a lot of backlash against AI slop, against AI games, because when you look at them, they're really not that good. They really aren't that good. They don't have depth. They are just maybe some systems hacked together that don't quite work together because there isn't a design thinking behind it. There isn't the process of sitting down to really think about the systems that you're building and iterating, because game design is also an iterative process. It's about, and I'm seeing it here with Frogger, it's about trying different values until everything clicks together and it works. And you don't get that with AI, where you just skip straight to the solution, so you don't know how you got there. And so all of the stuff in the middle is lost. And if you want to change it, then that's kind of an emotional argument, say that it can surpass people who have put in years of work. Take Palworld versus Pokemon. Yeah, but I don't think Palworld... I didn't look much into the story of Palworld in the development story. I know that they used the generative AI for some assets. I think they used generative AI for some assets. But I think in terms of coding, I'm not sure they used just generative AI. They had coders in there. Like, Palworld was still built by people who knew game development and knew how to create a game. So, and also, did they really surpass Pokemon? I played Palworld. It's okay. It's a nice survivor. It's fun for a while, but I don't think it was proven Palworld used AI. Okay, Quicksquare is saying that I didn't think it was proven. But like, Palworld and Pokemon had years to master the craft. Palworld came out and blew it out of the water that year. True, yeah, but that's because Pokemon basically is screwing up everything right now, and that is a different factor. It's like Pokemon games, the Pokemon company isn't giving Game Freak enough money to actually do games that matter, or at least maybe some people say Game Freak isn't that talented after all. They were able to do stuff in 2D that kind of made a splash, and then after the 5th generation, or maybe even before then, they kind of plateaued or even just started declining. And now you see what kind of crap they put out. It's just completely unacceptable that in 2026 we see games like that. Now there's Pokopia, that's an exception apparently. I haven't played it, but I played some Palworld, played Pokemon. I think Palworld is a nice little rip-off of Pokemon. It's a nice meme game. It's fun because it brings together the survival element with the monster collector. Blew Pokemon out of the water that year. You still talk about Palworld, and that is maybe an exception in the entire AI discourse. But also, if it's not clear whether Palworld used AI, we don't really know if that is a truth. And yet, Pokemon had years to master their craft, and they kind of put it down the drain, didn't they? Because I mean, they still know how to make a game, but do they know how to make a functional game? They make a lot of broken games these days, and so it's just natural that someone would want to try to do a monster collector, and then when it taps into that niche, it actually works. So it's a good example, but I think it's kind of missing the wider context at the moment. And also to go back to what you said about if they're builders, they just have to properly word a prompt in an AI tool and have it built. Yes, but I think a lot of people would say, and I think I'd agree with that, writing out a prompt isn't as fun as doing the thing. And maybe, we come at this from different perspectives. I get it. Like, I think maybe you find more interesting or more fun to put in a prompt and then see the thing come to life before your eyes. In my case, I'm a person that likes to build the thing step by step. And a lot of programmers are that way. A lot of artists are that way. And so I know how to prompt an AI. If I wanted to, I could get this stupid Claude AI to do the entire Frogger game for me, especially because Frogger is such an old game and there's so many clones out there. There's so much public code that Claude can tap into and just spit it out for me. But for me, it's not as fun to do it. And also, well, obviously, I'm using Frogger as a learning opportunity, so it kind of destroys the purpose. What I could do, maybe, is go to Claude, say, find me the source code for Frogger, and let's analyze it together. That is a way to learn, maybe. And maybe you get Claude to explain all the different code snippets and what every single piece of code does. And you kind of try to reverse engineer it in a way. And that is, I can see the value in that. But again, as a learning tool to then go off and do my own stuff, because personally, I find fun and joy in creating things, in creating new things, using my imagination and creativity. I feel like I would take out a lot of the process from what I'm doing if I just prompted an AI. I'm fine with your viewpoints and I don't disagree with them. I was just picking your brain to get your side's perspective by arguing the opposite sides. Don't you let your conversation made you sweat? Oh, no. It's fine. I kind of got that you were a little bit in the middle. Like, I didn't think that you were very strongly against AI. You're literally just trying to get the other side of the story, you know. But that is great. I love doing these conversations. I love speaking with people about this stuff. And I also love arguing with the opposite side. Even though, you know, sometimes it's obvious that two things are they just don't speak the same language. It's not our case here, but I'm saying, like, when I see people online that say, oh, we're so cooked because AI now is getting so better, so great, and is going to just take over the entire world. I'm like, slow down, dude. I don't think a lot of people want that. And for you to assume that we should want that is very selfish, and very much forceful, because you're trying to force something into others, whereas we just want to be left alone doing our own creative shit, you know. We're not trying to force you not to use AI. You can use it, but just don't try to impose it on me. That is, I think, also part of the argument here, and maybe that whole violent side of trying to shove AI down everybody's throat is what a lot of people are kind of rubbing people the wrong way, because they don't want AI and people are trying to argue that they need to want AI, and so then different personalities come together. But yeah, no, it was a really good chance to really put my thoughts in order around the topic too. And if someone at work ever says, oh, why can't we use AI here? I'd be like, you know what, you can, but this is all the downsides to it. So yeah, but thank you for popping in chat and picking my brain and getting my perspective. This was a really, really cool conversation. You also have Day Gamer in your tag, so assume you are not a developer. Maybe you're looking to get into development. What side do you go, what side are you on, and where do you come into this conversation from? So that would be very interesting to know. Also, sorry, Quipscore, if you're not seeing all of the chat on Twitch, because I know that I don't have the Twitch chat on screen. But I'm reading every single message, so at least I'm a dad that games and knows things. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so you like just to keep up to date with things and like the latest in the industry and in industry in general and whatnot. Yeah, cool. It's fine. I'm mostly listening anyway. Quipscore says over there on YouTube. Okay. That the games and knows things. It's good to keep yourself up to date with these topics. You know, it's something I like to do too, and like it keeps your finger on the pulse of what's happening. And obviously, you're a dad that games, so you probably want to form your own opinion to try and then guide your kids, if they're not old enough already, to kind of make their own decisions around the AI and kind of guide them in a way. I think that is very powerful. Is that what you're trying to do by investigating these things? Obviously, I mean, in the end of the day, you will form your own opinion, but it's nice that you're kind of questioning, you know, the opposite side and also the most vocal side, which tends to be the AI side. So yeah. So what was I doing here? I was trying to get this lovely frog to not die when to die when it gets in water. Okay, drowning, and that works. The collision works. but not die when it gets on the log. Hi, Jeremy. Bye, Jeremy. Drowning. Perfect. That works. Beautiful. Did it. Now the last thing that is left is I have to move Jeremy, which is the name of my frog. I have to move Jeremy along with the log as it goes. Oh, I started to learn coding, then practiced writing prompts in AI tools and found it streamlined my process to reach my end goal. My end goal hasn't been reached yet, but the fact that AI can help me effectively write hundreds of lines of proper code and give me entry points for things like sprite sheets, etc., is extremely helpful. Yeah, that is. I mean, I think you're approaching it I was about to say the wrong way, the right way. I think you're approaching it the right way. Like you learn to code, you started learning to code, but obviously I think you might be very time poor as a dad as well. I don't know how many kids you have. I don't know how old they are, but I suppose that you're very time poor and you kind of want to optimize that, get to the end result as much as possible. So that's good. I think now I don't know if AI is going to completely replace programmers in the next year or next 2 years or something like that. Maybe not, because the thing is, even if AI becomes so great that it can do all of that stuff by itself, it can do an entire game by itself, and already it can kind of do that. I think there's still going to be builders out there for decades that still want to create things the old way. It's not like when I can think of a proper analogy, but let me think. It's not like there's a lot of analogies in tech that can make you think about. Yeah, something like, it's not like when I can't think of a great example right now, but what I'm trying to think is when a technology comes in and automates some things, the old guard isn't necessarily dead right away. It takes time for the old guard to die because they are stuck with doing the things the old way. And over time, you see, oh, people are still making games for NES and such. There will always be people interested in working the old tech. Yeah, exactly. There's also that. Or I'm thinking, like, when the typewriter got replaced by the computer, like, those people moved over to the computer, and because the kind of skills were the same. But that's a different analogy. It's not exactly what I'm going for here. The point is, I think, even though AI becomes big, there's going to be a lot of, well, it's already big, but it becomes super effective at making games just by itself in one prompt with very little effort. There will still be people who will be interested in writing things the old way. There will still be engines like Unity and Unreal and Godot. And there will still be people who, for generations still, for decades, they will be interested in learning coding the old way. So, if every time AI gives you those hundreds of lines of proper code, maybe you could ask it to explain some of the most obscure things that you don't quite get. I think over time you will develop some skills that you might find joy in, maybe later when AI either becomes smaller or becomes bigger, but maybe you'll be able to prompt AI in a different way. Maybe you'll be able to say, for example, in this case here, I was able to say, okay, this is the input buffer, this is what I'm doing. Then it gave me some solutions, and it gave me a bunch of solutions, path A, path B, and such. And I could have been like, okay, give me the best path that you think is the most effective. But then, speaking with QuivScore here in chat, and then thinking about it, it was like, you know what, it's just a lot of effort to just go through the solution that it is recommending, which is just too much for a Frogger-like game. I'm just going to do the simplest solution that is suggested. And I didn't, as you can see, I didn't ask it for lines of code. I just added a simple value, an index, wrote it by hand, and then it just worked. And that feeling of it clicking and it working, for me, is very addicting. And it's what gets me into game design and coding. It might be that maybe you're not the kind of person that finds pleasure in solving the puzzle of coding and solving problems, or you really are goal-oriented, or you want the end thing. Keep experimenting with it. Yes, AI is very effective at giving you hundreds of lines of proper code. And right now it's getting better at debugging as well. Don't know for how long still this is going to get better. And if it's going to actually get so good that, you know, you won't need to debug manually. Right now, some people say that you still need to debug manually, and maybe the problem sometimes is the design vision. You know, sometimes you get a piece of code here that is perfectly functional, but then is not connected very well to this other piece of code here. And when it comes to creating games, it's a lot about creating systems that speak to each other. So they are connected. So they are this piece of code is designed in harmony with this other element in your code base, and they all communicate with each other. Without being like a Frankenstein of a piece of code taken from here and another taken from there. There's consistency to it. And I think AI right now struggles with consistency a lot because of the nature of single prompting and single outputs. Maybe we'll get better at that. But right now, systems engineers and game designers are still better at kind of getting the full picture, so to speak, and putting it together maybe prompt by prompt. But that's where we are now. So our good hero here works. It just works really well. Can I, in just 5 minutes, get it to move on top of the log? Like alongside the log. Because right now, I cannot. Right now, when I go onto the log, obviously the log moves by itself and we do not give a damn where we are. We should ideally snap Frogger or Jeremy to where we are on the log. So log platform, Jeremy, body, okay. I mean... I think I could put a little check in the move function, maybe for the hero, that if I am on a platform and I can use the log platform as like, you know, platform class or something like that, maybe a platform entity. No. Maybe a group. Yeah. Maybe a group, or check the collision, something like that. Because it's weird that if I do this... Oh, no, yeah, well, it's not weird. Well, I can do it in a couple of ways. var. We can do... holding Jeremy. It's a little boolean, which starts as false. Then when we are over here... If... Oh, no, wait. I know it, but I need to pass the body to the physics process before I can do that. So... If holding Jeremy, then what we have to do is... keep updating Jeremy's position, but how do I do this? I could do it with another internal signal, but it's with that I would have to. Oh no, wait! I can emit an argument here. Send a body to the argument. The hell cares? If holding Jeremy. I do var player, which has to be a node 2D, or actually a player. Has to definitely be a player. And on ready, you know what? I could just do it this way. Why do I have to do it that way? I can do player equals get first get tree dot get first node in group player, and I use the old group trick, which is if I go over here, groups, I create a global group, make it a player. So we grab that, and so we have the player reference at all times. And so if holding Jeremy, player dot global position equals our global position. That is it. Imagine writing a reusable piece of code, coming back to it years later, and think about who Jeremy is and why he needs to be held. Yeah. So holding Jeremy. Okay, so if we do that, we don't have to emit that. We can just simply do holding Jeremy equals true. And then if we do that, holding, when we get off, holding Jeremy equals false. Which means when I emit the signal, at the same time, I'm going to change the variable to holding Jeremy, meaning that I'm holding Jeremy. If at any point I'm holding Jeremy, I grab the player, which I have a reference to from the groups, from the global groups here in Godot. Grab a reference to the player, update its global position to match our global position. I think this is going to make it work. Let's find out. Boop. Oh my god, it works like a charm. Look at that. And Jeremy has died. And I did it in exactly 5 minutes. There you go. Okay. This was good. And also, I like it because look. Rip Jeremy, yeah. Look. I just snapped to the center of the log. Oh god, okay. Ah, yeah, but... Oh yeah, but we need to exit. Ah, yeah, okay. So we can get in, but we can't get out. Jeremy is trapped forever. Yeah, see, because his body doesn't necessarily leave. You can leave it now. Oops. Yeah, I don't... Okay. So the holding Jeremy works. And in every frame it checks if it's holding Jeremy. So I think that is what's causing the issue, because then the tween doesn't update. RTD body exited. Body as player, holding Jeremy was false. This is almost instantaneous. So how do I do that? I think adding movement to player position instead of overriding with the platform is the way to go. Oh, adding movement to the player position? So like making it move left? Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. So minus equals delta times move speed, which is going to match our speed anyway. The x. We just move the x. Yeah, is that what you have in mind? Let's see. Boop. Huh. Well, you were onto something there. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, Jeremy drowned. Look how beautiful it is. It just works. And we snap to the grid anyway. I don't think we are. Yeah. Well, we are kind of offset. We could get in a bit of an offset situation. But oh, look at the raycast. Okay, we could get in a bit of an offset situation. That is not nice, but okay. So here we go. So we do that. Reload. We got our little scene, we got a little log, we get on the log, and then we go back off, and then good stuff. Look at that. We got it. Updates. Jeremy's position. Matching the speed of the platform. Is this best practice usually? Like instead of overriding the position of the player, you just added velocity, you just add speed to it, even in 3D. Because I think what I did with the platforms when I coded them in the Shrew game, I just snapped it. Like I had it like the position. I think it was over there. I think the global position .y. I think I snapped it to the. That's context dependent, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Right. Okay. So we've got basically the basic functionality. So detect collision with Jeremy, change Jeremy's collision masking while on obstacle, reactivate while off. Everything is working. That was just my first thought. Yeah, no, but it worked really well. Thank you. It avoided the race condition. I think it was a race condition problem. Okay. So obstacle spawning system, obstacle pooling system, death conditions. Which we have. Oh no, we need the cars. So war boundaries, water drowning in water, and then crocodile, car. I think that's it. I think that's all. Then win condition, 5 big frogs at the end. Okay, big frog at the end. 5 big frogs at the end. So one big frog at the end that technically does that. So UI, lives counter, score counter, that we're gonna do next time, and then stretch goal, do a level 2, a level 3, where we can basically change the speed and whatnot of stuff, maybe adding lanes and whatever. We can have fun with that. But that is it for this lovely little session. And I think we can also remove the reference map just to see where we are. We are here. So today was a very productive day, and I'm also having a lot of fun with this one. A lot more fun than Jetpack Joyride, I will be honest. I am loving this. Learning, oh yeah, I have to flip the slide, the sprite, depending on what direction you go. But that's not going to be a big deal. I think depending on where you go, like, then I can do match and... Ah, yeah, no, actually, you know what? I'm going to try and do it now. It's moving. Do I have the direction? Yes. So, when we're moving, and we are starting to tween, match... okay, we'll do it with a function. Func, handle, rotation. It's gonna be a void function. We're gonna get the direction. Match there. If it's up, we need that reference to the animated sprite 2D. Where is that? Yeah. Oh, no, wait. Reference to the animated sprite 2D on ready. There we go. Oh shit, I have to do... Wait. I have to do my Duolingo. Give me a second. It's late.
Sim, eu estou feliz.
I'm doing Duolingo in Portuguese. Let me just take off the volume and do very fast. Do you share your secrets? Lamau? Yeah, I know. No, I can listen now. That's fine. No, I'm not happy. Está feliz. I'm doing it in Portuguese because my girlfriend is Portuguese, so trying to learn Portuguese. These frequency. Okay, good. Then okay. Let's great, I did it. Okay. Quick break for Duolingo, otherwise it's Spanish or vanished. Yeah, I made it. Woo. Just the 3 minutes before the end. Animated sprite 2D up. Animated sprite 2D dot flip v equals false. Down. No, up. Right. Again, we go in CSS order. Animated sprite 2D dot flip h equals false. Then down, we actually flip the sprite. Animated sprite 2D dot flip h equals true. And then left, animated sprite, I hate this, 2D dot flip. Oh, h equals true for the left, and this is flip v equals true for the down. So now what we do is we handle rotation there. Let's see if that one worked. It did not freaking work at all. Oh no, wait. It works up and down. Ah, wait. Why doesn't it work left? Up, false. Huh? Ah, yeah, no, of course, because I need to rotate it. I am flipping it, but I'm flipping it horizontally. I need to rotate it. How do I do that? I need to rotate it by 90 degrees. So transform. This is getting more difficult than I thought. Oh my god, what is that? Oh no, that's the skew, sorry. Yeah, 90 degrees and minus 90 degrees. Okay. Very simply, what I have to do is, if it's up, animated sprite to D dot rotation degrees equals 90 is equals 0. Then same if we're going down, we want to reset the rotation. I never remember if it's rotation or rotation degrees. So hopefully I'm doing it right. If it's sprite 2D dot rotation degrees equals 90. And then animated sprite 2D dot rotation degrees equals minus 90. Let's see. Oh. Oh yeah, I'm doing it the other way around, am I? Ah, yeah, wait. Because it's not... Yeah, it's not... Yeah, because if it's flipped horizontally... wait a minute. I have to normalize it if I'm flipped down. Ah, good lord. I first have to reflip it. Make sure that it's reflipped it. Make sure that it's reflipped. If I'm going down. See? Beautiful. Bit of a spaghetti code moment. There's probably a better way to do it. But here's Jeremy just hopping around. Isn't that beautiful? Let's add rotation to the bottom for the bottom direction. Yeah, well. Oh, do I? No, I don't think I do. It's all done. It's a little weird how I did this. But okay, resets vertical flip for consistent rotation. So yeah, now the sprite rotates as needed. There is also an animation that I have already set up, which is the jump. Which I think I can honestly... moving false. When it's not moving, what we want to do is animated sprite to D dot play idle. Play idle. And when we are actually moving, so when we're tweening, even before we tween, no, actually while we're tweening, I guess. Animated sprite to D dot play dot jump. Let's see if that one works. Well, that's so cute. Look at that. Isn't that the most? Isn't that the sweetest? Looks like I'm swimming more than jumping, but okay. Very cute anyway. What if I add... No, I don't think I can do that, but... Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I can loop, it's fine, and all of that. What's yeah, that's when you fall into the water. Okay. Right. I think we've done enough for today. We've got little Jeremy here just hopping around, and what we need to do definitely is on ready. We want bar no, what am I doing? Animated sprite to D to play, always idle, otherwise, yeah, as a fail-safe mechanism. There we go. I got little Jeremy just hopping around. There you go. Beautiful. I mean, technically, I should use like an animation player that chains the animation, so that I go from jump to idle, but I could also do it this way. Give me a moment. I don't need to go into the animation player. The animation player is my worst enemy. I like it. Don't get me wrong. It's a pretty cool piece of tech, but it's very complicated. Like, it's very fiddly to work with the animation player. It's just incredibly fiddly. Oh. What do I want to do? I'm here with the idle jump, whatever. Oh yeah, I want to go into the assets. Where's the Froggo? Here. I'll put it there. The jump actually looked back to idle before. Well, no, it doesn't. Doesn't have the time to do it. Oh, that's okay then. That's alright. Gonna keep it as it is. Okay, great. So we've got our lovely little Jeremy here who can go on logs, and the grid becomes much less consistent when he's on a log, but that's great. Love it. Look at that. Isn't that the most beautiful frog you've ever seen? So the Frogger clone is coming together really, 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 really nicely. Tail-based movement, animations, whatever. I think sprite rotation, we've done that too. Okay, friends, so this was a very, very lovely stream. I am very happy with the result, and I did miss doing this. I'm not gonna lie. So, as I mentioned, I'm not going to do quite as many streams for a while, and, you know, it's not like I was doing 1,000 streams, but I think I'm gonna stick to this 20 games challenge for a while, and I'm going to do it on Mondays from now on, maybe on Wednesdays sometimes, but this week, for example, I'm just going to stream today, because, you know, Quivscore, of that thing that I'm organizing and I'm trying to organize, but also a lot of other things. Like I have to work on the video, I have to work on the podcast. There's just a lot of stuff going on for the podcast right now. So I've, the Easter holidays gave me a little bit of clarity. I think I'm going to just stick to one stream a week for a while. I don't want to eliminate them entirely because they're fun. And that conversation with Daddy Day Gamer was really, really good. So I strive for that kind of stuff. I love that. But I do need to slow down the streams a little bit because otherwise I realize the rest of the stuff that I do for the podcast is going to either get delayed or suffer quality issues. Yeah. So gonna make sure the next time I stream though, I will stream from Linux. Let's just push these changes, git add everything. What the hell did I change? I have no idea what I did. Few changes. Yeah, the hero, the word boundary. Okay, so git commit boundary water log Jeremy Frog, which also rhymes, by the way. I absolutely love that. Then git push, and we're done. Right. So, changes have been pushed to the repository, which I would like to remind you is, I believe, is public. Let me go back to on Codeberg to make sure. With Training Games Challenge, is it public? Is it private? Oh no, it says it's private. Oh, absolutely not. I have to make it public. Give me a moment. I won't look at the keys there. How do you make it public? Repository. Make repository private. There you go. Done. Great. Save settings. Done. Repository is now public. So if you ever want to have a look at the 2010 Games Challenge, you have to go to codeberg.org at /AnthonyWolf /20 Games Challenge. And you will be able to snoop through the code that I did. Why is it not player and grid-based movement? Did it push? It did not push. 2 hours ago. Okay. Does it take a while for it to update? Push merge to origin. Oh, because I had to merge as well. Oh, I don't know the command for merging. That is where I suppose learning learning Git is gonna be useful, because in that case I was just I had to merge and I did not. Did I have to do push main? I really have to learn Git properly. I know a couple of commands, but I really have to. Okay, anyway. This has been a lovely stream. Thank you so much, my friend. Let me just switch to the just chatting view. Nice 5 hours of stream. That was lovely. And we had a very, very nice conversation around AI as well. Love that. That could honestly become like its own video on the YouTube channel that I could just extract and just put it as it is, you know. Might be a nice one to have there, just as my general stance on AI. So yeah, I could just literally clip it as it is and put it there. It's a stream snippet. I'll think about it. Anyway, Quipscore, has been a pleasure having you here all this time. Thank you for all the help on the input buffer and whatnot. Obviously, having someone in chat makes this much more enjoyable, because if I'm stuck on something, then someone is usually able to help me. So that's really great, and it was lovely to have you here. Also, I just realized this camera is not pointed the right way. Now it is. Now it's not. Now it is. Now it is. Okay, so I will see you next Monday. In the meantime, do expect some updates on that thing I told you about today. And, yeah, I guess we will see each other on Discord as usual. Bye-bye, my friend.